Hello. Alrighty. DGR for today. And it's gonna be for the new chapter. Gonna read through the new chapter. From what I've heard though, this one's time gated or something? So like the second half of it won't be for a while or something. That's what I've heard. I didn't actually double check on that. Probably should though. Regardless, I usually ever like go through like half of these chapters or half of the chapter anyway when I read them. So it doesn't really make much of a difference for me. Hang on, let me double check. Is it on here? Part 1 and Part 2. Ensure best narrative quality. And Part 2 is going to release in just a few days. Interesting. That makes me think it's going to be a lengthy story, but who knows. Right, they had their what is it called? Like it was nice. They had their One Heart One Hurts like online concert thing. I haven't watched it yet though. Probably just end up watching that like off stream. More than likely, that's what I'll do. Alright. Before I get into reading the chapter, as per usual with whether it's this game or Wuwa, just gonna get through my daily stuff first. Spend my, well in this case, my serum. Boom. Like all that. Open these up. Also, I did pull for Katarina. There she is. Give her all these gifts. Like all that. And because this is a new character here, one thing I want to do as well is not coding trials. I mean coding trials can be like off stream, but this here tutorial. Because all I've done with Kamina after getting her and her cub and her signature weapon is just build her, but I have not played her yet. So I'll do this, and then I'll start reading the chapter. Awesome! Whoa! Tap red orb. Tap repeatedly to build up tide marks. Sure. This and then yellow. Wait, what? Did I not? Okay. Okay. Double tap to dodge. Ooh. So that's how you can go surfboard. Oh shit. Oh, that's really cool. I like that they incorporate some of the incorporate the dodge button into that a bit more compared to other characters. That's really cool. it's such a small thing because usually with characters that have the dodge button included or involved with their gameplay, it's usually just like holding down the dodge button. And this one you double tap it. And that's like different. It's such a small thing, but it adds to it. It adds to the gameplay. By no means am I saying it's making the character a lot more complex or anything. Like, I don't think there's really much in this game's gameplay with these characters that's like super complex. I feel like the only time people would say a character's gameplay is complex is if they're just trying too hard to make it complex, when it's really not that crazy. So that's the rotation. Pretty simple. I'm sure there's other stuff with Karenia that's like not mentioned in the tutorial. Simple. And then Dark Flow. I don't imagine it being too difficult to activate Dark Flow here. Or too different. Usually it's like when you hold down a certain button. And carrying Dark Flow effect, Karenia gains 1200 Dark Flow reserve immediately upon entering the battlefield. Okay. Tap and tap. So it just activates once you swap to it. So it's as simple as that. Don't need to do anything else. That's interesting. Okay. So then... does it have to be like a swap for it to gain those Dark Flow reserves? Is it when she... That's basic attack. That's QTE. I don't notice anything about that. Well, I'll find out eventually. Eventually, I will find out. Alrighty. So now... oh, I guess there's one other thing I can check out real quick too. Her cub. It's Patrick. And we just need Sponge Bob. I love that they named this cub Patrick. That's so good. Patrick will fire a barrage of 3 beams, pulls in enemies, dealing damage 3 times. Get him, Patrick. Hello, Maria. Tap, tap. Charge at the enemy, dealing damage 2 times. Okay, so yeah, her Dark Flow does get automatically added. So you don't need to switch to her, you can just start as her.
これが煽った代償だ。
So then I imagine with Dark Flow, you just start with Karenina. Play as her for a little while, I guess, and then switch to Vera, build up the stacks, and then switch to Liv at 15 stacks, and Liv consumes the stacks. Okay, that's probably what Dark Flow is going to be like then. All right. Let's see. All right. Wow, 32 nodes. Okay, them splitting it into 2 parts is understandable then. Oh, what the hell? Wow, okay. This will be in like 3 parts. Maybe I should have just done this next week instead. Alrighty. 3 different parts here. Let me read that again. Wait until the 26th. So these 2 parts are gonna unlock on the 26th. Okay, so it's 1 all the way to 14. Or 1 to 15. Alright. See if I can do 1 to 15 today. If not 1 to 15, then maybe like, I don't know. Depends on how long. Titan Sound. When you finish the story, can we finally leave here? Thud. A whisper of sound stirred, barely audible. Some clumsy creature of the deep had strayed against the prison's outer shell. Oh! The camouflage sloughed away, or slowed away. Sloughed? I think it's sloughed. And the abyssal... Okay, now I gotta double check. Already a little bit of an little pause here. Oh, it is sloughed. Or sloughed.
Sloughed.
Sloughed. Okay, sloughed. And the abyssal world projected faithfully onto the transparent interior wall. Mottled light rippled over a young woman's silhouette, cloaking her in fractured patterns. Stories related to the sea, or with the sea, are the scariest. That's... Honestly, I would agree with you. The ocean, in general, can be a very frightening place, but also very fascinating. Sometimes I like to think the ocean is just another version of outer space. Especially in the deep, deep abyss of the ocean. Because the deep, dark creatures of the abyss in the ocean look pretty alien-like. That's why sometimes I like to see, I think of the ocean as like another outer space. Just to go off on a slight little tangent here, it reminds me of this archetype in Yu-Gi-Oh! Known as Goatee, or, well, it's spelled like Goatee, but the pronunciation for this is actually fish. G-H-O-T-I is actually supposed to be pronounced as fish because of how the English language works. So for example, the G-H is supposed to be like pronounced like F, kind of like in the word enough. The O is something kind of like, what word? There's a way to explain it. There was an explanation for it. But this stuff right here, right here, like GH as in tough, the O as in women, pronounced with an I sound, and then the she as in nation, the sh sound. So it's supposed to be fish. But what's cool about this is that it's based on the deep sea, but the artwork for these monsters are very alien-like. So that's why even this right here, the most distant, deepest depths. Outer space. That's why, again, sometimes when I think of the deep abyss of the ocean, I think of outer space. Is anyone there? Her voice was barely a whisper. Oh, that was supposed to be a whisper? She paused for only a moment before carrying on with the story drawn from her memories. I don't know what I'd do if it goes down. I don't know what I'd do if it just dies down there. But I have to do something. There are plenty of things I still can do. Most of the sound was swallowed by the sea and the engineered walls. The fish dwelling in the deep and the person imprisoned within it inhabited the same silence, together in their apartness. Mother, will you finish the story? Can we finally leave here? The young woman looked up. A distant moon lay in the embrace of a fabricated starry sky, while beyond it, the deep blue sea hung heavy like an eternal winter's night, bearing down on the database's dome. Can anyone hear me? The sea swallowed every sound. North Atlantic 2160, winter. Current temperature 3 degrees Celsius. North wind at force 6. Destination New Murmansk. Estimated voyage 14 hours. Passengers now boarding, please watch your step on the gangway and keep children and luggage with you at all times. The passenger liner sliced through the gray-blue water. The wind was merciless, laced with the deep cold of a winter morning and the untamed rage of the vast ocean, lashing at anyone who dared to sail. Clutching an infant to her chest, a green-haired young woman ducked her head and disappeared into the press of bodies on deck. She ditched her coat on an express line outside the port. Anything that could name her will be dispersed with the speeding trains. Now the cold worked through her, leaving her to tremble like a faltering flame. All she could do was clutch the baby to her chest and let their shared warmth be barely enough. Oh, sweetheart, what are you doing out here dressed so thin? Are you by your... The kind woman draped a coat over the young woman's shoulders, and in that gesture, as she leaned close, her gaze fell upon the baby's eyes. Those eyes did not meet hers, yet they pinned her in place, quiet with a stillness far older than any newborn. They were a forgotten sheet of lake ice on the endless tundra, with winter's light sealed beneath. Like a frightened bird, she nodded hastily and made to escape from this kind but dangerous attention and vanish into the cabins. The alarm began to wail. Mayday! 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 This is Rommel. Currently in North Atlantic Sector 4. We are taking on water, requesting immediate assistance. 34 souls on board. The rescue comms shattered like a hive torn apart, flooded with voices all at once. A man, voice raw, cried Mayday in endless repetition. Static cut through, and then a young woman sobbed out coordinates, her words breaking apart. The transmission struggled against the storm, then slowly died away. Mayday! Our hull is listing 15 degrees now. We've abandoned ship. 6 of us on the life raft. It's so cold. Please, just please, somebody save us. Distress calls in different languages washed in like floodwater, only to be torn apart by static and roaring waves. They layered over each other until the entire communication channel was buried alive in pleas. The Coast Guard stations along the transatlantic coast stood empty. In the wake of the explosion that threatened to devour the world, only ruins stretched across the shore. Those desperate voices, hoarse, shaking, young, tearful, rose like specters on the swell and then drifted down into rooms that held no one. Rain hammered the vast ocean. Out beyond it and beyond it all, only silence answered. Chapter 42. Steering by Light. Babylonia, present. Surface Recon. This is Celica. Report on conditions around the moon rock strike zone. The comms room churns with a snarl of signals, shuffling feet, and overlapping voices. On the wall, the maritime projection stutters in and out of darkness. Can you hear me? Getting worse. The punishing virus is spreading 126% faster than projected. It's already hit Sector 3. The blockade line had to fall back. The punishing virus leaking from the Atlantic Eye shows an 87% structural match with the red tide. A piercing screech erupts over the channel, then fades rapidly into muffled noise. Thank you for your work out there. Almost at once, another transmission forces its way in. Latest report. Frontline squads just got hit. 2 have gone dark. Fiber optic routing hubs and terminal stations along the transatlantic coast are getting picked off one by one. An Ascendant is behind it. That's on top of the infrastructure we already lost. Our communications authority over the Atlantic coastline and its waters is practically gone. So every distress call we're picking up right now is only a fraction of what's actually happening? Exactly. Pass this down. Expand all intel reception channels. Standard comm lines are about to fail, and we don't have time to waste. Understood. Celica slips her headset off and rubs the bridge of her nose. Secretary General. A girl edges up to Celica's desk, the strain audible in her voice. Late last night, we received 61 maritime transmissions. 43 were distress calls. We've handled the 36 that were closer to shore. The other 7 further out at sea. They're being routed now. It's just, the data doesn't look right. These distress coordinates are all converging toward the same point. I know. Celica looks up, her eyes heavy with exhaustion. The comm lines went dead. We're only seeing scraps of the real picture out there. And the signals we can still pick up are way too few. We can't keep operating like this. Celica pauses for a moment. Issue a region-wide alert. Open up every comm channel we've got. Go. Catching the unease on the girl's face, Celica lets her expression soften. Only now does it hit her. This girl is just a novice, pulled hastily from the youth center. Look, the surface is our foundation. Kowloon, Akilek, we still have allies there. Try not to worry. Humanity's going to face this together. But the undersea cables. Can the TEC really... Celica frowns, at a loss before the comms officer's panicked gaze, when hurried footsteps suddenly ring out. Babylonia isn't about to pin all its hopes on the transatlantic crowd. That cartel of oligarchs. That's a word I've never seen before. Oligarchs. Let's see. Oligarchs. Member or supporter of an oligarchy. Okay, well, what's an oligarchy? What's an oligarchy? Form of government in which power rests with a small number of people. Okay, there you go. Knowledge is power. That cartel of oligarchs has had the seas locked down for over 20 years. Celica, we're running out of time. The quantum encrypted channel runs on pre-distributed entanglement. The system stashes away entangled pairs in advance, sure, a little rainy day stockpile, but that cushion won't last long. Once the entanglement reserves and the repeaters run dry, every military comm line riding the quantum network goes dead. Karenina checks the time on her terminal and scowls. She pushes her pace faster, hurrying toward the military comm center. And in the time it took you to say all that, those backup reserves are already gone. Oh, so it's my fault? Maybe the hardware whiz over here should have pushed quantum memory coherence time to its theoretical limit ages ago. Just a thought. 2 faces, both twisted with annoyance, let out a scoff in unison and turned sharply away. The military's network communication system was originally built on quantum encrypted channels. After the punishing virus outbreak, the already limited quantum fiber optic network suffered widespread destruction. The conventional and quantum fiber optic systems along the Atlantic seabed, however, survived relatively intact and went on to carry 80% of surface traffic, along with a massive volume of military data. Unfortunately, when both systems fail simultaneously, the result is catastrophic. The quantum network flatlining is just a matter of time. Military comms should be in seriously bad shape. A quiet sigh escapes Celica as the comm center's gates slide open. The hall is a burning forest. Alarms overlap in shrill chorus. Green lights bleed to red, and arrow windows cascade open, piling into precarious towers that build themselves up, only to shatter. And bad shape was still too optimistic. Monitoring Station 15 just went dark. Last data packet lost. Inland Station patrol squad's gone silent. This is Whitefin. We've run into Red Tide. Requesting backup. I say again, requesting... No. Lucas hit bad. We need to fall back. A comms officer dashes to the station and slams the response key. Whitefin, give me your exact coordinates. Do you copy? The newcomer's panic is written plain across her face. A fellow officer at her side shakes head. The Whitefin squad on the other end never hears the response. The distress call soon goes dead. Can't confirm friendly positions. I say again, can't confirm friendly positions. Lost contact with Heron Lake over 30 minutes ago. Last visual, they were heading southwest. After that, the red tide closed in between us. We've had no orders this whole time. We're moving to higher ground on our own. If anyone can hear this. A surge of static drowns the transmission entirely. Calms down. Can't upload intel. We're pinned down. Nearby waters. Corrupted everywhere. No way out. Another transmission cuts to silence. Global latency is off the charts. The main backbone's coming apart. Transoceanic links down. Cross-continent degraded 73%. Completely in the dark now. Frontline squads can't hear our orders, and we've lost all real-time tracking on their positions. People are going to die. A lot of them. Command, this is Begonia Star. Mission complete, data secured. No evac at extraction point. The corrupted hit us. We've taken casualties. Data backup's been stashed on site. Is this Faye of Begonia Star? No, I'm the acting captain now. Captain, he's... A sob slips through as she amends her words. This is Faye, acting captain of Begonia Star. Transmission over. Her voice grows weaker, each word lighter than the last until the faintest breaths die out quicker than the transmission. Karinina's fist crashes down onto the console. So, anything? A way to fix... No, even just work around it? We open up access and ground forces can scrape by on shortwave and laser for now. The high-capacity two-way channel is already fried, and what little bandwidth we still got is nowhere near enough. We need military comms to check out the Atlantic Eye. That's where this whole Red Tide mess started. The Red Tide is what killed our comms in the first place, so we're stuck in a dead loop. Someone's gotta go in there, right into the Red Tide and fix the undersea cables, or we're not going anywhere. 5 minutes later, the Military Communications Center broadcasts its final public notice of the day. To all field units still in range, this is Secretary General Celica with the latest directive from the Babylonian Parliament. The global network is down. HQ intel support will not be available for now. We've unlocked all shortwave and laser comm channels. Use them to stay in contact on the surface. From this point on, every squad operates independently. Assess your own situation and make your own calls. Celica looks down, her hand coming to rest softly against her chest. I don't know how many of you can hear this, but until help gets to you, stay alive. Please, just stay alive. Alarms shriek without pause. Across the holographic displays, red markers track the spreading red tide. The engineering force stands fully mobilized. The red tide's eating through the cables way faster than we thought. Those quantum repeaters we're running are still the original Golden Age models. They're not gonna last much longer. Good news is, Asimov's already got the second-gen prototypes ready. We need to move fast and get them swapped out. The second-gen prototype's memory coherence time is 2 orders of magnitude better than the last gen. And the real prize is they're packing the latest anti-punishing virus tech straight out of the Omega weapon program. We're splitting into squads by target zone, moving out separately. The cause blackout's turning into a landslide, and guess whose job it is to dig us out? That's right. Us. Does standing up there actually make the speech better? Nobody asked you. While the engineering force's cable repair squads are about to deploy, Teddy remains fixed at her desk, typing away without looking up. Those TEC people have really gone downhill. I've seen deep-sea fish write cleaner code than this, with their eyes closed. Hideous. Absolutely hideous. Give me 2 more days and my version of the protocol will be ready to go. 2 days? Princess, we don't even have 2 hours. Hey, newbie! That crate of gear too. Move it. 7 or 8 new recruits turn their heads in unison. All of them are pre-graduation technical trainees pulled in at the last minute for this mission. Katanina's Enver device twitches uneasily. You, the newbie with the super long name. Yeah, you. That crate. And this one? Take both. From the crowd, a tall young recruit jerks upright, stiffening by instinct. Yes, Captain. What is that name? Sidko Sanatrak. Yeah, that's a long name, yeah. This many newbies? Yeah, this'll go great. No, I'm not letting you deploy with this fiber optic protocol. Code like this is a personal attack. I'm coming with you. I'll finish the protocol on the ship. I'll get it done in time. I rewrote that fiber optic protocol 12 times. 12. You're telling me we're stuck using the Kraken block's ugly mess instead? Even the comments in this thing read like non-recyclable garbage. Because they finished first and it actually works. That's why. This mission isn't a coding competition. You software types can just sit this one out and take it easy at home. Oh, so you'd be fine if I actually did it? If I actually did? We'd be running around with the Saphira and I'd have to babysit you on top of everything else. Ugh, just thinking about it gives me a headache. Babysit me? Who was it that blew herself straight into the med bay during the last drill? I'm the one who should be worried about staying alive here. How was that an accident? And it only happened because you screwed up the data. Data error or someone's sloppy execution? I'll be the judge of that. Their eyes meet for only a second, and the bickering falls away, replaced by a silent understanding. Because of the Saphira, Teddy has all but withdrawn from field duty. She never says it, but the thought of Katanina walking into such a dangerous mission alone sits heavily in her chest. And Katanina, in return, would never let her vice captain set foot on those treacherous waters like this. Captain, we're ready to move out. Go. Instead of moving, Katanina folds her arms and turns her face aside, presenting Teddy with a richly expressive view of the back of her head. Teddy feels her terminal give a light buzz. Notice, Katanina has added you to her terminal firewall whitelist. Teddy freezes for a beat. She looks away, her lips pressing into a dismissive pout, even as her fingers tap rapidly across the screen. A moment later, a half-finished fiber optic protocol shows up on Katanina's terminal. Your code's nothing special either, you know. Barely good enough to use as a lucky charm. Just go already. Quit dragging your feet. Katanina tilts her chin up, and delivers a flat palm to the back of a rookie's head, the one who's been squatting there enjoying the show. You heard her, rookie. Move it. Quit dragging your feet. Emergency Engineering Corridor, Babylonia. The Science Council's exclusive elevator locks into place at the Military Security Area's assembly level. It's one of the largest transit hubs, the primary relay between combat units and the final waypoint before the battlefield. The door hisses open. Dark circles sit beneath the arrival's eyes, the unmistakable stain of a vicious, ungodly work schedule worn deep into the skin. He looks one step away from the Star of Life ward, but the voice he aims at the other end of the line is blunt and unapologetic. I need 10 minutes without any interruptions. Counselors, stop dressing up your panic like it's some kind of scientific curiosity and hovering around me. You get your answers. All of them. He steps aside, clearing the way with a small nod. Moments later, a line of stretcher beds rolls into view. A Star of Life emergency team rushes past them, the wounded strapped in, wheels screeching harshly against the floor. Weaving through the harsh noise, soldiers in full combat gear pour past in the opposite direction, bound for the airfield and the front. In this endless loop of coming and going, life grows thinner, quietly slipping away one by one. Asimov stays where he is, eyes fixed on those retreating backs for a few long seconds. Then he looks away, unhurried, and rubs at his heavy shoulders. Brisk footsteps and chattering comms fill the air, yet when Asimov enters the Engineering Forces assembly area, the room goes silent for just one breath. Asimov. The girl glances around and, after a pause, gestures uncertainly toward herself. Asimov rubs his forehead, the picture of severe sleep deprivation. Yes, you. Captain Karenina. His glance sweeps across the assembly area. Good, I haven't missed anything. I have expected you'd already be out the door. The Engineering Forces captain doesn't exactly have a reputation for sitting still. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? You think I'm gonna mess this up? I'm not worried about you messing up. It's more that the mission itself is already borderline impossible. You're not dealing with a few broken cables, you're dealing with the entire ocean. Asimov folds his arms and surveys the assembly area that seems conspicuously empty. The space accommodates 70, but fewer than 30 bodies dot the floor. Equipment crates are lined up tidily nearby, each covered in red priority tags. They look oddly celebratory, like strings of Kowloon blessing slips. The turnout is worse than she imagined, but Karenina, leading the engineering force, recognizes that under current conditions, this is nearly the full roster of capable technical hands Babylonia can afford to send. We've tried to shorten the training cycle as much as possible. It's still not fast enough. The real problem is simple math. We lose you faster than we can train you. Bleak as the assessment is, his tone remains even, delivering the reality without embellishment. You and your team need to understand something. You're every bit as valuable as the equipment you're hauling, so get any heroic last stand ideas out of your heads. At minimum, stay alive long enough to get dragged back to the Star of Life. When the question is hard to answer, Karenina just lets it hang there. The Cosmos Technicians Union and the Transatlantic Economic Community's internal teams will both be providing support. That said, I wouldn't expect it to improve things much. Karenina, are you sure you want to lead this one yourself? His words feel pointed in a way she does not like. Karenina's brow furrows. The chief technician is being strange, posing a question to which there is no second answer. Of course. The Science Council has been getting ready for the second-gen repeater upgrade for ages. And I've been getting ready right along with you. My new frame was built with maritime ops in mind. So now that everything's falling apart, who else is supposed to take this on? Asimov looks at her, a complicated expression settling over his face. Our new frame is complete. It'll be dispatched directly to the mission coordinates before you arrive. Karenina's attention drops to her terminal, where she scrolls through the fresh frame specifications. She misses the nearly invisible shift in Asimov's gaze, which is caught somewhere between reluctance and measured appraisal. One more thing. I need to tell you this in person. Someone accessed your construct conversion surgery dossier recently. Karenina's hand stops. She looks up, a small wrinkle of confusion between her brows. The access came through a joint account. Transatlantic Economic Community and Science Council. Every account of that type should have been decommissioned 20 years ago. His voice stays even, but there is something strange threaded through it. And that account belongs to Dr. Callan, her grandpa. Her pupils constricted sharply. Grandpa? How's that even? Asimov shakes his head. Karenina, Dr. Callan is dead. That much is certain. But the account that accessed your dossier is also his. No question. Without a pause for her to take it in, Asimov slips a hand inside his coat and produces something, offering it to her. Sextant. The brass is polished soft at the corners from long use, darkened with time. Not the one from lies, but the workmanship matches perfectly. Grandpa made this? Before he became a pioneer in construct technology, Dr. Callan was better known as the chief advisor of the Transatlantic Ocean Engineering Institute. Those creations known as the Atlantic Masterworks, the Manin series intelligent machines, the quantum repeater prototype, they all came from his team. A gift meant to keep one from ever losing their way in the ocean of truth. A shame, really. His gaze falls upon the sextant in her hand, yet it drifts further, as though he is watching a distant, fog-blanketed sea. Karenina's grip tightens. The brass bites into her palm. She frowns at Asimov and holds her silence, waiting. No one knows what happened to him while he was there. All I know is that when his term ended and he was transferred back to the Science Council, the man we got back was barely alive. What? Ever since Ares launched the moon rock strike, the red tide from the Atlantic Eye has been spreading faster. That part you already know. But the targeted sabotage of the fiber optic repeaters only started 2 days ago, right after that account accessed your dossier. He pauses, letting his eyes find Karenina's face again. Karenina, captain of the engineering force, Babylonia's top technical talent. When a global communications crisis hits, your name is on the list by default. I can't think of anyone else who could take your place. She watches him, catching the shape but not the weight of his words. This could all be a coincidence, but more likely than not, it's a trap set for you. He asks the question again in exactly the same tone as before. Karenina, are you sure you want to lead this one yourself? You have the right to say no. Karenina, however, lets out a breath of relief. That's it? I thought you were about to drop something heavy on me. Like I'd ever back down. Whatever happened to Grandpa back then, whatever someone's got planned for me, it doesn't matter. The mess we're in right now still needs fixing. Someone's got to do it. And if there's some scheme waiting, fine. I'll find it. And then I'll blow its goddamn head off. Karenina pockets the sextant Callan made, not giving it another thought. The assembly area is washed in pale, clinical light. At the corridor's distant end, another team is gearing up. Noise washes in and out like a far-off sea, swelling and retreating. Asimov looks at the girl before him and gives a nod. Bingo. Try not to let your new frame's data rot at the bottom of the ocean. He turns and walks toward the elevator, already reconnecting the call he cut off. Alright, counselors, I'm back. You've got 9 minutes left. Make them count. The guy looks like he's about to check into the start of live ICU, and he's still here lecturing me. Karenina, I can still hear you. Also, your new frame's vestibular module hasn't been loaded with naval data yet. Asimov throws her a backward glance. So if you get seasick, try not to stand on deck cursing at the sea. But hey! At the far end of the corridor, the elevator doors part again. Asimov disappears into them, and a fresh wave of soldiers spills out. Each one is a stubborn, brilliant flame that refuses to die out. Good start. Good start to it. A white hot soul. Jeez. Why is the sea blue? Because the sky and the sea are best friends, so the sky shared its blue with the ocean. Sea and sky merge into a single gray smear. Gray-blue waves hump up like the spines of great animals surging one after another from the edge of sight. Behind them, the true giant pushes through the swells. It is a monstrous whale. Exposed crimson bone and tangled metal cross-hatch its body, thrown together like some devil's idol prank. Viscous flesh drools from the framework. Its back alone is flat and wide, and from the middle of it a throne of ruby crystal erupts. The sea has never been truly still. Its depths have swallowed an endless silence, and beneath that silence is nothing but human ambition, boundless and ravenous. The reply comes as a whale call, crackling and distant, as if spun from the horn of some antique phonograph. You want to go there too, to where it all began, stuffed full of greed and hubris, and yet they called it a masterpiece. The Atlantic Eye. Then we'd best pick up the pace. Fresh from his latest triumph, the disciple's fingers trail across the deep crimson veins of the crystal throne. The whale screams in agony. Arius raises a hand to the sky, eclipsing the fog-dimmed sun. He regards his own metal palm with a strange, appreciative gaze, a slight twist of the wrist, and it looks as though he could crush that withering sun in his grip. Immutable laws, and yet they bend to me. He exhales softly, less a breath than a sigh of satisfaction. How fascinating. A thin thread of light, barely visible, ripples along his forearm. It's a glimmer from somewhere beyond this dimension. Arius frowns and holds still for a moment. This time, the rhythmic voice once stitched together from the punishing virus's chaotic wails does not return. A faint smile tugs at Arius' mouth. Just as he used to swallow down the fury of being someone else's tool, he now holds back the exhilaration of breaking free. Ever since he claimed half of the understanding Saphira, Aisling has not pried into his mind for a long while. Aisling? Aisling. Still unable to reach you today, Lady Aisling. His tone remains as graceful and deferential as always. Deferential. Out of your sight. The reshaping power you granted me seems to have grown stronger. Though I suppose that could simply be the fruit of claiming the half Saphira. A few trifling hiccups along the way, but on the whole, everything has gone quite smoothly, and while I've lost contact with you. The discordant wails freeze into language all at once. Looking for me. Oh, I thought it was Arius that was saying. Looking for me, Mr. Arius Erhan. Okay, well now that little sprite in the corner looks very different. Did she grow up? The moment the familiar female voice sounds on his head, Arius' stare hardens. His joy at breaking free turns bitter, mocking him. Good. I've been getting used to a bigger body lately. Okay, yeah, no, she grew up. I said, basically. Arius, it seems there's something new inside you now. The Saphira sits elsewhere. Even so, Arius senses a cold, groping presence tracing through his viscera. Methodical and slow. Ah, you got it already. Good boy. Her voice comes from everywhere at once, light and lilting with an innocent tone, as though she is praising a dog that has just retrieved a thrown stick. Arius lifts a hand again, but the motion is almost soft and graceful now. She fixes a cold stare on the pale, angular mechanical limb and curls her lip with content. Oh, what were you looking at just now? Your hand. You're quite taken with this new body, aren't you? Let me see it too. Under Iceling's command, the hidden limbs burst through skin and flesh without warning, thrashing outward in a grotesque display. The pain comes like 1,000 needles, but endurance is the one skill he has honed to perfection in his long life. Oh, did that hurt? Sorry. I do hope I haven't hurt your pride. You're my favorite, you know? So loyal, so dependable, even when you're out of my sight. Arius' right hand rises against his will. The 5 fingers spread wide, then close into a fist, as if testing the fit of something unfamiliar. You brought me half a Saphira after all. I hate for you to be upset. He feels his features contort into a warped smile at Iceling's bidding. He yields to it and lets the expression settle. You are too kind. I've never much cared what goes on in that head of yours. As long as your performance stays beautiful, that's all I need. She squeezes his hand like a curious child with a new toy. Her voice flattens into breezy indifference. Besides the pack nipping at your heels over that half Saphira, it looks like you've been stirring up something else on the side. Babylonians running themselves ragged as we speak. Global channels failed, comms dead, combat squads gone silent. They'll have to throw everything they have at fixing those cables. Otherwise, that defense line humanity worked so hard for crumbles in days. And to fix those cables, they'd have to walk straight into your little trap. Am I wrong? To use the red tide to cut those deep-sea cables, you'd need someone who knows science, the ocean, and every secret the TEC ever tried to keep, right down to every last repeater's location. Arius, reviving you really was a bargain. A note of genuine pleasure finally enters her voice. Then it cuts off, abruptly. The gossamer threads inside his mind dissolve without warning. Arius' right hand drops to his side, control flooding back into his own limbs. He waits in the quiet for perhaps 10 seconds, ensuring Iceling truly is gone. Only then does he lift his hand, flex the fingers she was controlling, and glance down at his palm. I am merely your devoted servant, doing all that I can. Every plan I make exists only to see your great cause achieved. He picks up a clamshell and pries it apart with a clean motion, testing that his fingers answer to him alone. Satisfied, he speaks into the vacant space she occupied moments ago, his voice flat and mechanical. Once I awaken the dormant half and retrieve the rest from the dam, the understanding Saphira will be ours, whole and complete. The voice he knows and loathes does not return. His face sinks into a slow, deepening shadow. To be held in someone's grip revolts him. It sends anger prickling through his nerves. He masters it anyway. A low, mournful call rises from the crimson hetero whale at his feet, reverberating like an ancient horn. A plume of dark crimson spray shoots upward. As its tail hammers the waves, the beast accelerates sharply, charging toward the dam. Not you. Are you upset? Once again, the cold touch of gossamer unfurls deep in his mind. A subtle thread of light flickers between his fingertips. Arius' expression warps as control is stripped from him yet again. Against his will, his fingertips drive into the pale clam flesh. Viscous juice spatters across his cheek, and a single golden pearl is wrenched loose. Arius, when you have the complete Saphira, will you really give it to me? Inside his frozen frame, her teasing voice sounds again. There you go again, always burying what you really want under all those pretty words. The pearl wrenched from the clam is tossed into the water with utter indifference. Whatever it is you're planning, I couldn't care less. But I would suggest you stay out of my way. The sea stretches boundless and mercurial. After Iceling's presence fully recedes, the sky's gray somehow dissolves, leaving behind crystalline blue water as transparent as glass. This is the ocean at peace, the face of life as it should be. With a blank expression, Arius stands alone atop his creation. Beneath him, the giant whale is as placid as a harmless house pet. No matter. Once that girl returns to this ocean, all of this will still belong to... No. It will still grovel before me. His eyes rest on the distant sea, still as blue as cornflowers, still impossibly clear. It's breathtaking, even to something already rotting from within. Lear Shipping, Port Aries, Atlantic Ocean, 95-300. Far out in the ocean, the water is as blue as the petals of the loveliest cornflower, and as clear as the purest glass. Inside the VIP lounge, a small girl in a red dress rested against her mother's knees, her eyes blinking wide as she listened to the familiar story once more. Mommy, why is the sea blue? Because the sky and the sea are best friends, so the sky shared its blue with the ocean. The girl paid little attention to her mother's words. She had spotted something, and her eyes lit up with sudden joy. Mommy, look! Red hair! The identity prompt chimed at the gate, and before long, a manager-looking staff member stepped briskly out, guiding a red-haired young woman into the lounge. I saw red hair and I immediately thought of Vera. Miss Airhorn, my sincerest apologies. We should have been there to welcome you properly. The Airhorn family has always been our company's most esteemed... Shh. Her vivid orange-red hair was the only bright thing in the stuffy VIP lounge. She raised a finger, cutting off his flattery before he could begin, her frown fixed on the terminal screen. Clearly, he was beneath her notice. The display showed a dimmed gray tracking point marked White Stork, cold for more than a day. And still, White Stork had yet to reply with any update at all. Perhaps, Miss Airhorn, might I interest you in some refreshment? Our head chef, Cordelia exhaled quietly and smoothed back the strands of her hair the sea wind had tugged loose. No need. If I remember right, you've got access to the military port from here. This is my transit pass. I'm in a hurry. The staff member's face went stiff. Cordelia smiled, this kind of smile only old money could produce. Her pass was forged. She knew it, and so did he. The Airhorn name rang across the transatlantic economic community, and while Cordelia Airhorn was perhaps the most discreet of the family, discretion was not compliance. Making people's lives difficult. It's like it runs in their blood. Cordelia looked at him with perfect ease, showing not the slightest inclination to yield or clarify. Of course, Miss Airhorn. Right this way. At last, the staff member bowed his head in polite surrender. For once, Cordelia smiled at the sound of her family name. The little girl in a red dress watched with open curiosity as the staff member guided Cordelia through the VIP lounge. Cordelia leaned down and, with a hint of mischief, pointed at the girl's red dress. The sea isn't blue because the sky shared its color. Oh, the sea isn't blue because the sky shared its color. It's because the ocean eats up most of the red light. Only the blue light gets away. So that's what you see. It eats the red. The girl's eyes started to fill with tears. Cordelia caught her gaze and scrunched up her face into a playful grimace. Like this, chomp, yum nom. The little girl giggled and buried her face in her mother's arms, one eye peeking out as Cordelia waved goodbye and followed the staff member out of the VIP lounge. The sea waves at the sky. Aha, 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 aha. That was so funny. Oh man. All right. My stream's done. I'm kidding. But that's the kind of that's that kind of joke where you're like, ah ha ha ha. No. Get at it. That's enough. That's enough. That sounds like a sort of like dad joke. But then again, I'm the type of person that would do Joe Mama jokes. So, I shouldn't judge. When they emerged from the connecting corridor, the setting sun had brushed the gray-blue sea with a thin layer of gold. Several supply ships bearing military markings rested quietly in their berths. Cordelia turned and nodded to the dejected staff member. Thanks for your help. And don't worry. I won't make trouble for you. I'm not always this insufferable, I promise. If we ever run into each other again, I'll apologize properly. At least the waves aren't watering. She made her way toward the port. Her terminal chimed, now connected to the military network. Cordelia logged into her own account, then smoothly into a second one, her fingers tapping out a quick string of characters. Cordelia Airhorn is transmitting through Ares military port on official business. Please provide assistance and guidance. What? The forged pass from moments ago had now become a genuine official notification. Miss Airhorn. By the time he raised his head, Cordelia was beyond the rows of containers, her figure dissolving into an indistinct shape far off. Past the container stacks, mechanical cranes lifted sealed supply crates from the pier into the ship's hold, every box marked with the Cosmos Technicians Union's insignia. On paper, they were headed to the North Atlantic Weather Buoy Maintenance Station. In reality, they were bound for a covert military outpost at an undisclosed location. At the edge of a container's shadow, Cordelia looked up at the crane's boom, suspended high and swaying faintly, as unsteady as her own thoughts. She glanced down at her terminal again. Still no word from White Stork. She let out a breath and switched to a separate encrypted frequency. Professor, White Stork still hasn't answered. I don't know if she made it out. I left plenty of false trails behind. That should mess with anyone trying to follow her, at least for a while. Something came through from the other end. Yeah, quit fussing over me. You get so naggy when you're old, you know that? A commotion burst across the port without warning. Move! Out of the way! The boom's brakes failed. Oh wait, I thought it was the narrator. The boom's brakes failed. The steel truss is coming down! It fell on someone! Cordelia spun around and ran toward the source of the noise. Wait! Don't lift it! Several heavy steel beams had crashed into the loading area like snapped bones, trapping two workers beneath them. One beam lay across both men. The one nearer the pivot point was pinned at the chest and shoulder, struggling to breathe. The other at the far end had his right leg crushed beneath the weight. It was a deadly seesaw. Any shift in pressure toward one meant worse for the other. You can't just lift it. One end goes up, the other end comes down even harder. Whoa, look at this guy. By the time Cordelia reached the scene, a young man in an engineer's uniform was already standing nearby, his face drained of color. Hang on, could this possibly be... Don't touch a thing! Nobody move! The machines! Where are the smart machines? The man-in unit! There should be a man-in-twos at a port like this! Oh my gosh, is this... I'm just gonna hold my tongue. Hang on. Wait until his name shows up. Heavy equipment's all at berth 6, tied up in loading ops. Even if we called them now, it'd be 15 minutes minimum. What? Okay, just let me think. The injured workers' faces had drained of color and their trapped limbs were already darkening to a sickly bruised purple. Back up, give me room. Through the gaps in the crowd, Cordelia took in the scene. Two lives pinned at opposite ends of the steel beam, debris scattered across the ground, helpless rescuers frozen in place, and a choice that no one wanted to make. The guy mentioned the Manon units. And there was only one moment in the story where Manon units were talked about in the first node, and that was when Asimov was talking about Karenina's grandpa. So, possibly. She reached out and parted the crowd before her. Oh, so that was her silhouette in the very beginning. She reached out, trying to find something in the darkness. In her memory, the world came crashing down with a deafening roar, and her little frame was buried beneath the rubble. A support column had pinned both her and her mother. She curled into her mother's arms, her small fingers wrapped around a hand already gone cold and stiff. She learned what death felt like then, warmth seeping from the body, slowly until nothing was left. Mom, I'm so tired. Can I just sleep for a little while? Behind her, mother's body had long since gone cold and stiff. Yet those faint, final words still echoed in her mind, impossibly gentle. Don't give up. Mommy doesn't want you to give up. You have to survive. No matter what, you have to move on, Cordy. Mom, how much longer do I have to hold on? Just a little longer. Just make it through this moment. Just a moment longer. The scene was utter wreckage. The support column had Cordelia trapped at one end, its other side wedged tightly against a complex stasis pod. There's no time. That pod could collapse any second. Purono-san's orders were clear. We can't allow anything to happen to the thing inside. The thing inside? But we can't get heavy equipment in here. If we pry the column loose to pull the pod free, all the weight shifts to this end. The kid won't make it. But she's an air horn. Erhorn. Please, people won't give her the time of day because her mother was the heiress to Lear Engineering, and now her mother's dead. Enough stalling. Get it done. Mr. Arias Erhorn already gave the order. Damn, even Arias don't give a fuck about his family. In the darkness, dust drifted down in soft, steady streams. Gave the order. Give up on me? But Mom said, I have to survive. Stop! We can save both. Heavy equipment's not getting here, fine. What we've got on site is plenty. It's just a matter of calculating the load balance. Time meant nothing in the darkness. At some point he came. A figure slipping through a crack in the ruins, light haloing his silhouette. She never saw his face clearly, only the mess of his hair and his hand closing hers around a sextant. Don't be scared, kiddo. I'm gonna get you out of here real soon. Okay, now that's Kalon because of the sextant being mentioned, and white hair. Because I remember Karenina's grandpa having white hair. Then again, I guess that. But then again, the white hair could just be due to him being old. The cutter's ready, Dr. Oh, well. The cutter's ready, Dr. Kalon. Dr. Kalon, you're practically inside the collapse zone. It's too dangerous. Get out of there. At last, Cordelia could see him clearly. His face was earnest and warm, with bright, kind eyes. You're going to survive this. Just hold on a little longer. I'll see you outside. And then he went cuckoo later down the line. I wonder how that happened. Oh wait, no, they mentioned it. How he went cuckoo, but I don't remember. The gentle light of dusk cuddled her once more. Dusk. Not dust. It was almost exactly as she remembered it. Cordelia crouched down, her gaze traveling from one end of the steel beam to the other and back again. she placed her fingers on a particular spot and gave it a soft tap. Shore up the base. And someone get me a cutter. Plasma cutter, angle grinder, I don't care. Anything that'll bite through this steel. What are you doing? Okay, I thought this was Calon, but no, this is some other guy. I wonder who this guy is. This is the stress equilibrium point. You're doing a stress release cut here? How did you even find that? I mean, the stress distribution. She trailed her fingers across the metal frame again, and within moments, something clicked into place behind her eyes. Shh. Completely useless without your smart machines, aren't you? What's your name, newbie? Larson. Oh, okay. Larson. Have you ever seen a movie? Read a novel, at least? Nobody wants a lecture right now. Just work. Before long, jacks were positioned beneath the steel frame, with temporary supports rigged at both ends. Larson, still wounded by Cordelia's sharp comment, wore the face of a scolded dog. He located a portable plasma cutter, and she dialed in the perfect power output within moments. The young engineer's eyes went wide. A violent fit of coughing overtook the young woman. It's just dust. She clamped a hand to her face as her frame shook uncontrollably. A long, painful moment passed before the fit subsided. Are you okay? Tourniquets and a stretcher. Get them ready. She dismissed the worry with a wave of her hand and dropped back into focus. Stretched flat against the ground, she peered along the steel frame, gazed fixed on the exact balance point she had mapped out. A cut in this spot would keep the load stable and prevent any sudden transfer of weight. The math behind it all was considerably more complicated, but fortunately she was not exactly a typical human. Are you really sure about that spot? How did you even figure that out? The material properties alone, the stress shifts during the cut. There are way too many variables. A human couldn't possibly... Too bad for you then. I'm not exactly human. A stream of deep blue light flared briefly through Cordelia's pupils. Yeah, but you're smart machines, newbie. Consider yourself lucky. I'll walk you through it just this once. These points right here. See them? You got it? Without any protective gear, Cordelia stared deeply into the plasma arc as it flared to life. A blinding blue-white burst of fire. A blinding blue-white burst of fire exploded across the steel surface. Sparks showered around her, but her expression stayed utterly blank. Burns bloomed across her face, only to be swiftly covered and sealed by a liquid material that solidified in seconds, leaving her skin untouched. The young engineer stood frozen, utterly transfixed. Some line he had read long ago, something he thought he had forgotten entirely, surfaced without warning. He barely realized he had spoken it out loud. Dare you see a soul at the white heat? The searing light flickered in the young engineer's eyes as he softly recited the poem. But when the vivid ore has vanquished flame's conditions, the workers hurried forward and eased both casualties out from under the steel beam with careful hands. What did you just say? There you see a soul at the white heat. It's a poem by Dickinson from across the ocean. Cordelia gave Larson a brief, appraising glance. Poem? You've got it memorized too. You sure you're actually an engineer? Where are you posted? Rainbow Bridge Military Base. Well, I just graduated. Got my transfer orders and I'm on my way to report for... No, I shouldn't be telling you any of this. A small smile crossed her face as her fingers flew into action. It's fine. You're clear to talk now. Just then, a chime rang from Larson's terminal. A new appointment notice appeared on the screen. Cordelia Earhorn was to assume the role of engineering advisor at Rainbow Bridge Base, effective immediately. She would be his direct superior. Huh? Oh, by the way, you know where the quartermaster's office is around here? I need to get some seeds. As she spoke, a little robot that looked like a potted plant drifted out and hovered beside Cordelia. A transparent biosphere, meticulously maintained, sits above its metal base. She gave the glass casing a soft wrap. I think it's supposed to be tap. R and T are right next to each other on the keyboard, so maybe they misspelled it. The glow was dim, a sure sign the power had drained. Cordelia carefully connected an energy cord to its internal port. There, battery swapped. Alright, don't fly so high. You're way too flashy. I'm supposed to be undercover, remember? The quartermaster's office is this way. A note of embarrassment crept into Larson's voice. I need some cornflower seeds. You know the ones, newbie? Yeah. Far out in the ocean, the water is as blue as the petals of the loveliest cornflower. I know that from a fairy tale back home. Oh, right. Forgot you're a poet. Please don't. That's the one they made into a movie a while back, isn't it? A friend of mine and I read it together once. We haven't seen each other in a long time, though. She loves cornflowers. Who knows, maybe we'll finally run into each other. Figured I'd put together a little reunion gift, just in case. Is she stationed at Rainbow Bridge, too? Rainbow Bridge? No. She's off in a different fairy tale altogether. Just then, a distinctive communication tone sounded, and Cordelia's expression shifted into something difficult to read. What's wrong? Cordelia's sudden shift in demeanor put the young engineer on edge. It's nothing. Larson, could you go to the quartermaster and grab those seeds for me? Cordelia waited until the young engineer was completely out of sight before she opened the encrypted family line. What the hell do you think you're doing? The young woman frowned as her brother's roar came through the line. What exactly did you help them steal? The whole institute is in chaos. Arius already knows. I wasn't trying to hide it from him. Cordelia! I can live with you being a useless disappointment. But if you keep screwing around with Kalon, you're going to get yourself killed. Damn, calling her a disappointment. That's your family, dude. Get myself killed? When I was actually dying back then, who chose me besides Professor Kalon? Which one of you did? What really happened in that accident? And what's inside that sleeping pod that mattered more than my life? More than Mom's? You don't need to know. Am I not your sister? Wasn't that your mother who died? I'm the victim here. Why don't I deserve to know? You don't need to know that either. Then you don't need to know what I'm planning or what I've done. Let's just keep resenting each other. Suits us both. Her forged assignment was full of holes, as if Rainbow Bridge would ever need an engineering advisor at your level. The deep-sea database nearby is still in its first phase. I added your name to the roster. Every time she convinced herself that her family was nothing more than caged beasts devouring fame and fortune at the mercy of their own greed, one of them would peel back the monster's mask just long enough to reveal something human beneath. Stay out at sea. Keep your head down. That military base is Atlantis' outpost. And if he decides you're too much of a liability to keep around, don't expect me to step in. You know I won't. If it comes down to it, run to Atlantis and never come back. That was your plan from the start anyway, wasn't it? You're too willful, Cordelia. I'm disappointed in you. The line went dead in her ear. Disappointed. What a joke. She took out her bag. The decorative crest that had once adorned it was gone now, leaving behind only stray threads. The sound of churning waves rode the wind to her ears, and Cordelia lowered her head. Song of the Whale. You summoned me, Odin, to recount the first deeds of gods and men. Flames of dying stars burn the bows, the bows of Yggdrasil. Wasn't expecting some Norse mythology here. Babylonia Command HQ, Military Communications Center, day of the Moon Rock Strike. The comm center in Babylonia never changes its light. Cool and constant, it paints every face with an identical veneer of detachment and discipline. Personnel move through their routines with smooth precision. Routine means control here. Until one screen bursts into violent crimson. Ma'am. The red glare slicks across skin like flesh blood. The young comms officers dart toward the superior only to find the operations officer has already keyed the broadcast open. All stations stand by for emergency mission briefing. Across the military security area, projections rise above the construct squad's planning tables. A full schematic of the Atlantic Eye hangs suspended, gray exclusion zones radiating outward from the dam in concentric rings. And crawling across those once neutral waters, dark crimson veins pulse and breathe like the vascular system of some vast animal, like roots that writhe and feed, spreading everywhere at once. Atlantic Sargasso Sea. Punishing virus concentration breached critical levels in under 2 minutes. Multiple intelligence sources confirm an anomaly at the Atlantic Eye. Red tide output from the dam has tripled in the last 20 minutes. Cause unknown. Terminal screens flicker on in the shuddering cabins of transports, the hush of makeshift camps, and the edges of coastline conservation areas. On each one, the red tide stains the sea and spills into the gaze of waiting combat teams. All squads receiving this briefing report the designated coordinates immediately for combat, support, or standby. Wind tears across the staging ground, blending with the sharp percussion of steel on steel. It is the sound of war tuning its instruments. Be advised, the Combat Patrol Array has been uncontrolled since the Atlantic Calamity. This red tide breach puts it at extreme risk of corruption. The no-fly and no-sail zones surrounding the dam remain active. The Combat Patrol Array served as the Atlantic Eye's defensive mechanism. Its units link through energy pulses, weaving together into a wide-area protective shield. The dam's interior is sealed by the Anank system, and together with the Combat Patrol Array, it forms a line of defense that has always kept out would-be intruders. Any aircraft or vehicle entering the zone risks interception by the Comet. This will not be easy. On the tactical map, across the ruins and along the winding coastline, tiny lights glow like scattered fireflies, pushing silently toward the giant wound that pours red tide into the sea. The mission channel flips to encrypted. The operations officer's voice reaches every terminal at the forward edge of human resistance. Updated intelligence. The attacker has been provisionally identified as Arius Erhorn, accompanied by allied ascendants. They have seized control of the lunar base and launched a moon rock strike against the Atlantic Eye, accelerating the spread of the punishing virus. We suspect his current objective is the Atlantic Eye itself. Should it fall into enemy hands, the current control system becomes a weapon. The punishing virus will spread at a rate we cannot measure. Our elite force will intercept and pursue. All squads will advance on the Atlantic Eye in waves via separate routes. Check your terminals for mission route assignments. Navigation packages surge from Central Command to each waiting squad's display. The message closes the way it always does, with phrases worn into every soldier's memory. To all units, Command will be with you every step of the way. We will bring humanity its victory once again. When the terminal screen glows to life, Lee is standing by the porthole. Unlike the silent, endless void of space beyond Babylonia, the horizon out here smears into a hazy gray blue, wrapped in something close to fog. It's much like humanity itself, lost in a long and stubborn twilight. Attention, classified mission briefing. Recipient, Gray Raven. Lucia turns her head sharply. Your eyes catch mid-air for a single beat, then both look down at yourselves at the same time. Acknowledged. Proceed to Berth 3, Port Podesta Shipyard. Board the Balder and set course along the Mid-Atlantic Ridge route toward the Atlantic Eye. Objective: Intercept and block Arius Erhorn's advance. Current intelligence indicates that the abilities of Arius' understanding Saphira may involve the deconstruction of physical matter. Which is crazy, by the way. Should you face Arius directly during the operation, exercise extreme caution. Understood. Currently, global military communications remain disrupted, severely limiting Babylonia's military command and coordination. Whether dealing with the Red Tide's continued spread across the ocean or responding to a potential attack by the Ascendants, we remain in an extremely disadvantageous position. Therefore, en route to the Atlantic Eye, you are to link up with the Engineering Force's technical detachment in charge of undersea fiber optic cable repairs and provide assistance with both the repair work and escort duties where capacity allows. To accommodate naval combat and operational requirements, a construct familiar to you has been assigned to join this operation. Please proceed first to Transatlantic Hangar 7 to receive construct frame BPD-72, Effulgence. The frame has been fully calibrated for red tide and marine environments. Transport it with your squad and deliver it to its designated construct when the time comes. End of briefing. Please confirm mission details. Mission confirmed. Great Raven Commandant, good luck out there. We look forward to your success. Transatlantic Hangar 7. Lucia pushes against the door, and the metal hinges groan deep in their sockets. Still nothing on comms? Lee is fine-tuning the weapons. It is not necessary maintenance, but letting his hands move through something practiced and familiar while his mind works seems to bring his thoughts into sharper focus. From the looks of it, the cables are still taking damage. At this rate, military comms won't hold out much longer. With the no-fly and no-sail zones, there aren't many ways to reach the dam at the red tide source. Right now, only the Baldur's Gate can get us directly to the epicenter. Good old Baldur's Gate. Every time I hear the name Baldur, I just think of Baldur's Gate. Which means we'll be one of the first squads to reach the Atlantic Eye. And to keep the other Saphira secure, Liv won't be joining us on this one. Fair enough. Both of them look toward you as you raise your head from a stack of old files. Don't worry. No one dwells on it. This weight is one you have long since grown used to carrying. How long until we're ready to move? Lee glances up. Hovering over the desk, the terminal projection pulses the streams of data stuttering and winging out in rapid cascades. The new frame still needs a few more calibration tests. Once they verify the last few parameters, we can head to the shipyard and link up with the others. Port Podesta, shipyard. Meanwhile, Karenina stands on the highest gantry. Her data pad's pale glow shimmering across her face, like light reflected off water. Accepting delivery of a new frame mid-mission, and the transfer coordinates are... Huh? It's actually out at sea. Damn it. Why the hell does a frame I designed myself have to take a joyride around the transatlantic economic community? What kind of classified tech is so goddamn secret that even the captain of the engineering force can't get clearance? So she designed it. New tech based on the Omega file and the Omega weapons, and Baldur's refit too. The second anything's tied to that, it gets slapped with top secret clearance. Non-core personnel can't even get a peek. And even I have to submit a damn request and wait for approval. Which still hasn't come through, by the way. This is about my new frame, for crying out loud. They damn well better send someone reliable to deliver my frame, or I swear I'll flood the system with 100 complaint tickets. The ship sinks into the dock as the outer gates yawn wide. Salt water pours in, rising past the Baldur's painted designation, and the vessel shifts, cradled by the flood. Karenina's face tightens with purpose. She turns to look down at the massive hull beneath her. Well, doesn't it look just like a beast waking from hibernation? A voice sounds beneath her. Behind her. Karenina turns. An old woman is climbing the spiral stairs, a standard issue Cosmos Technicians Union toolbox in her grip, her coat still carrying the damp chill of the sea. Her eyes are bright, fixed on Karenina with a smile that holds the fondness and pride of a grandmother. Karenina feels a prickle of unease under that gaze. What are you staring at? Something on my face? Who are you? Mara shakes her head, still smiling. She mounts the last step of the spiral stair, shakes out the coat from her arm, and drapes it softly over Karenina's shoulders. You've been up here for a while. You've been up here a while, haven't you? Finished the report? Are you cold? The woman leaves Karenina's question unanswered. The coat rests on her shoulders with a gentleness she cannot easily define. Affection from a maternal figure is a rarity in Karenina's life. Cold. As if this temperature could even... She catches herself, senses she should be more courteous, and awkwardly reroutes her words mid-delivery. What I mean is, I'm a construct. Temperature like this doesn't exactly bother me. The old woman says nothing. She only lifts a hand and smooths the hair back from Karenina's forehead, the touch light and full of care. The hell is happening right now? Karenina's infrared device shudders sharply. She stands paralyzed, caught off guard by this sudden wave of maternal affection from a mysterious elder. Just because the cold can't hurt you doesn't mean you can't feel it, right? Karenina opens her mouth, but nothing comes out. What is she on about? Talking in riddles. Have you finished verifying the data of the fiber optic nodes? Already went through all of it. Karenina finds her voice back at last, only to furrow her brow a moment later, eyeing Mara with sharp suspicion. Wait a second, who even are you? Cosmos Technicians Union. My name is Mara, head of troubleshooting at Fenrir, the southern node. Karenina knows the name from the Cosmos Technicians Union's internal records, but she has never had any contact with this supposedly remarkable technician in her life. Karenina. She squares her shoulders, pretending it is the most casual movement in the world. Captain of Babylonia's engineering force. I know you. I've heard about you, Captain Karenina. I know who you are. That data in your hands came from the first team of technicians we sent to troubleshoot the coastal cable station. They were my people. The original squad assigned to emergency repairs at the southern node Fenrir. Karenina's fingers freeze on the data pad's edge. The realization hits. The data is thorough, and the report's well put together. I heard that yesterday. Yes, they went dark. In a place the corrupted could reach, but our comms couldn't. Communications. Doesn't seem like much until it's the thing that kills you. Funny how that works, isn't it? We've already scrambled replacements. Admittedly, some of them are way past their prime, and a few are greener than grass. But the work doesn't care. Somebody's got to do it. She turns, gazing down from the gantry. I stayed behind to wait for the new crew, and to wait for you. Come with me, Captain Karenina. Let me show you how we're going to fix this broken world. Mara guides Karenina around to the other side of the gantry. From this vantage point, the whole port opens up below them. A handful of ships rest at their moorings nearby, nothing like the massive Balder. They are leaner, quicker, their hulls still scarred with the rough marks of emergency modification. Cable-laying ships. Retrofitted from escort vessels? That's right. You've done your homework. Karenina's brow creases a little. As captain of the engineering force, she cannot recall the last time anyone praised her work like a child's school assignment. Damn it, she's treating me like some kind of rookie. Her chin lifts with a retort on her lips, yet something in those gentle, time-worn eyes makes her look away. It's not a big deal. My real skills are way beyond this stuff. Mara laughs again, soft and fond, at the grumbling response Karenina mutters under her breath. We need to finish calibrating these cable layers before the tide turns. After that, we head out and restore the entire Atlantic fiber optic network. She pauses, as if assembling the right words. The wind lifts her hair and draws it across the lines of her face. When the punishing virus first broke out, its corruption trade tore through the quantum fiber optic network. That system was built on the most advanced AI humanity had, and the virus devoured it. But the atmospheric circulation patterns bought us more time over the oceans. The undersea fiber optic network, especially the Atlantic systems, survived relatively intact. The virus spread way faster across land than it did through the ocean. I went through the reports before I got here. Exactly right. Well done. Karenina feels a flicker of irritation pulse at her temple. Still, she makes a conscious choice to remain civil toward a woman who could easily be her grandfather's age. And so, the military intelligence network, built on quantum encrypted channels, found itself chained to this crumbling relic, left teetering in the wake of a dead era. The Science Council has been planning to overhaul the fiber optic system for years. Boost the whole network's resistance to punishing virus corruption, sure, but also consolidate control over this critical lifeline and put an end to the shared governance. Shared governance? A polite way of putting it. The Science Council has always wanted full control of the fiber optic network. No more interference from the transatlantic economic community. But the Council wasn't about to throw away the TEC's maritime technical support and joint training programs either. And the politicians in Parliament had their own calculations. Economic, political. Mara stops speaking, her gaze settling on Karenina's face, which has crumpled into unmistakable annoyance. Why can't any of this just be simple? Like an engineering problem. All this damn maneuvering, it really annoys me. Mara eyes her puffed out cheeks and gives a smiling nod. Yeah, it is annoying. To keep up with the plan, the Cosmos Technicians Union has been running emergency training for marine comms operations for a long time now. We even started rolling out parts of the work after the Copperfield Aquarium incident. But a crisis never waits until you're good and ready. A sigh escapes the old engineer. Beyond the standard fiber lines, the worst damage from the red tide hit the quantum repeaters along the deep sea cables in the Atlantic. That's going to be the focus of our repair work. She sketches a line in the empty air, a ghostly course drawn from one shore to the other. The Jormungandr node, spanning the mid-Atlantic ridge, Fenrir to the south, and Hel up north. These Norse mythology names, man. Okay. Jormungandr, Fenrir, and Hel. Those names. That's mythology, isn't it? I think I watched a movie about it with Bianca once. Doesn't sound like the Science Council's style at all. It's got the Kraken block's taste written all over it. Kraken block? Oh, you mean those families. So you're into movies. That's adult. I'm not into movies. And quit talking to me like I'm a kid. That's a good hobby. The TEC has already sent its tech teams overland to the Hell node. The Cosmos Technicians Union will hand a Fenrir down in the southern Atlantic. That one's my destination. She looks past the port, toward the open water and that faint gray-blue seam drawn across the horizon. Captain Karenina, your team's assignment is the Jormungandr node along the mid-Atlantic ridge. The longest voyage and the most dangerous route, cutting straight through the restricted zone in the red tide. In the old stories of gods, it is the great serpent encircling the mortal realm. It's a loop circuit. Unlike the other two nodes, Yomenganda has no central control hub. That means every single repeater inside the restricted zone is critical. Every last one. Karenina stares at the unseen route for a moment of silence that shifts her gaze to the wrinkles worn into Mara's face. You're human, aren't you? Or, you're human, aren't you? No augments, no body mods. A mission like this could get you killed. Mara offers no denial. Her expression holds its peace. Comms are barely hanging on right now. The investigation into the Atlantic Eye's red tide overflow has already siphoned off most of our construct support. The personnel left for the subsea cable repairs. We're spread thin. When we're staffing this cable laying operation, there's only one question that matters. Can they get the job done? Everything else doesn't matter. Karenina knits her brow and presses her lips into a thin line. I've got nothing left to teach the young ones, so let me be useful one last time. An adventure like this at my age? Honestly, it's kind of exciting, don't you think? She turns her head toward Karenina, the look in her eyes tender and sure. If this is the last chapter of my story, and the first line of it is getting to see you again, well, I'd call that a great ending. Huh? See me again? Karenina freezes in place, her gaze locked on Mara's face as she digs deep into her memory. We've met? You know me? Yes, I know you, child. She doesn't call her Captain Karenina this time. And when? Why don't I remember you? Was it at the Cosmos Technicians Union? Mara takes a moment. Her gaze travels back across the porch, skimming the Balder's hull until it rests on the open water, endless and gray-blue in the distance. The Balder's construction started way back in the Golden Age. Even settling on a name took forever. In the end, it inherited its designation from the first warship that went down in the Atlantic during the punishing virus outbreak. In the old stories, the death of Balder, the god of light, was what set Ragnarok in motion, and his return brought order to the new world. Karenina, you and your people are the hope of that new world. The sea wind slips between them, thick with the smell of salt and rust. The Atlantic. I thought I'd never come back here. I think this is that lady from the very beginning that was holding on to that baby. And when I saw the baby, I immediately thought, I immediately guessed in my head that it was Karenina. So that's probably why Mara knows Karenina and why Karenina doesn't remember her. Because she was a baby at that time. And the sprites looked like Mara's sprite here, just mainly the hairstyle, immediately I was like, oh, that looks familiar. Oh, is that sprite from the very beginning, holding the baby? Come on, child. We've got a lot of work to do. The rest, I'll tell you when I get back. All right? Especially when in this node, when Karenina was feeling like that sort of maternal vibe from Mara. And then Mara calling her child and all that. The emergency replacement crew arrives at last. Mara's cable layer readies for departure. Meanwhile, after all reinforcements bound for the Atlantic Eye are aboard, Karenina steps onto the Balder. I have to pick up the new frame mid-voyage. Coordinates. What a pain. I already ran through every damn adaptation procedure. Readings crowd the console. Speeding, heading, thrust, hull pressure. Karenina accesses the drive system interface, and at the stern end of the vessel diagram, a green indicator blinks steadily. Status clear. Not the worst. She murmurs under her breath and looks out the window. A horn sounds across the port. Mara's cable layer, the Vega, is making ready to depart. All Karenina can see is its old, worn hull, but something about that unremarkable vessel holds her attention and refuses to let go. What is wrong with me today? She shakes off the thought and works her way through the dials and buttons. Knob resistance feels decent. Touchscreen response is solid, no lag. Physical buttons all check out. Nothing surprising. Control logic's clean too, integration smooth. Where's this ugly code I was warned about? Works just fine if you ask me. Teddy is so damn picky. Her gaze strays once more to the window, and this time she stands up. Mara's cable layer is moving out. The sea churns around the hull, a white skirt of foam unfurling behind the stern as the vessel heads toward the South Atlantic. Alright, time we got moving too. After decades of silence, a large vessel's departure protocol runs once more through this historic shipyard. A horn calls out across the water as the Balder clears the port wall. Far off, the horizon is a thin, vanishing curve. The ship gains speed, the newly built cable layer Star Shadow keeping pace at her flank, ready to serve as the work vessel once Karenina's team reaches the target waters. Pressure differential nominal, flow rate nominal, punishing virus concentration within a safe threshold. All clear, ma'am. Ma'am? You boot-licking little... Pre-inspection parameters for the cable layer's deep sea mode, pending calibration. Bioenvironmental monitoring underway. Captain Karenina. Ma'am. Alright. Inside the central control room, the construct girl raises her chin. Ahead, the bow splits the gray-blue water, and the horizon widens without end. The wind greets them like a rough, familiar companion. The Balder and its cable layer keep pace with Mara's Vega for now, sharing the same heading before they scatter toward their separate fates. This is the engineering force's show now. The sea spreads out before them, vast and placid. All clear on my end. You can head back to the Balder now. Got it. Open up the dock bay and I'll board from there. Hey, what's the captain doing? 3 watertight doors and a series of sloping corridors lead from the bridge down to the dock bay. Karenina stands in one of those passageways now, running checks on the filtration systems. Who knows if this so-called classified tech breakthrough is even legit? The Balder's interior is deep gray, all smooth composite paneling without the rust-streaked pipes of older ships. Embedded lights gleam a steady, low green along the walls. Through her construct senses, Karenina feels the faint vibration running up from the deck, the rhythm of the stern thrusters pulsing steady as heartbeats. There. Finally done. By the time the methodical checks are done, time has slid by without notice. At the far end of the corridor, a dim glow has appeared. Is the dock bay open? Chatter drifts in from the dock bay. The construct girl straightens her hair, rumbled from the long work session, and moves toward the noise. The dock bay gapes open to the ocean. Its enormous gate is lifted, and light, wind, and the sea's gray-blue hue spill inside, thick with the smell of salt and open water. A man stands before the vastness, his back to the room. His engineering coat, once TEC standard issue, has been scarred pale by years of sea and sun. He appears middle-aged, but his body carries a deeper wear, an older sickness. Only his eyes are undimmed, shining cold and clear like thin ice over shallows. You summoned me, Odin, to recount the first deeds of gods and men. Flames of dying stars burn the boughs of Yggdrasil. Recitation is slow and ancient, each word coarse and grave, like sea rock shaped by millennia of surf. Anyone trained in poetry or linguistics would recognize it as Old Norse, a language no longer spoken anywhere. Oh, he was speaking Norse? Yeah, he really aged. Look at him. At the doors of hell, Fenrir led forth his howl. Thus began all things, with the monstrous wolf who slipped his fetters and ran free. Two technicians from the engineering force were busy with something in the corner. At the sound of the recitation, they moved closer without thinking. Recitation? Recitation? Recitation doesn't sound right. Because I know it's like recite, but recitation?
Recitation.
Oh, it is recitation. Okay, there you go. What's he doing? No idea. Some kind of transatlantic ritual? Wait, is he the marine engineer TE sent? That Larson guy? Two rookies on their first deployment are clearly still unaware of the unspoken social rule that whispering about someone requires actually whispering. Larson pivots toward them, resigned. Sir. The technicians stiffen and fire off a salute before even thinking. Hello, I'm Larson, an engineer from the Transatlantic Economic Community. That wasn't some kind of ritual back there, just an old poem from my homeland. It's about a prophecy of the sea, voyages, and how the survivors of Ragnarok would build a new world. I have a soft spot for poetry. Oh, I see. Sava's head pumps up and down as if his life depends on it. Ragnarok. Yeah, totally not a religious thing. The one with the impossibly long name leans in to whisper to his companion, only to receive a swift, merciless elbow to the ribs in return. Ow! So, what are you doing? Fishing? Ow! A second elbow jab lends. Sidko Sanatrak turns to Sava, bewildered. I definitely don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. The look on his companions' faces, however, says everything. You're done for. He follows their frozen stares and finds Captain Karenina already in the dock bay, watching. So, what are you doing? Their captain, not to be trifled with, pins them under a glare that spells pure trouble. We're running bioenvironmental checks, Captain Karenina. There's this artificial creature created by the TEC called Huhu. They're really sensitive to environmental shifts. More sensitive than our monitoring gear, actually. Their survival numbers in a given area make for a solid early bioindicator. Karenina's gaze sweeps over the gear at their side. The complete set of monitoring tools and biotrawling equipment proves their story checks out. Yeah, boss. We're fishing for Huhu. How many so far? The two technicians trade a look. The older one reaches up and scratches the back of his head. Well, if we get this one, and then two more, that'll be 3. A few seconds of silence pass. Larson cranes his neck and takes in the holding tank, which contains absolutely nothing. So you haven't caught a single one. Look, it hasn't been that long, okay? We're just trying to loosen up a little before we hit the mission zone. Everyone's been on edge. Besides, catching fish is like the least important part of fishing. It's about the experience. Who fishes while the ship's still underway? First time out? You wait till you're anchored. Making fools of yourselves in front of the transatlantic guy, and now you're trying to swear word me? You're dead. Captain, we really haven't spotted a single Huhu in these waters, which is actually kind of weird now that I think about it. Captain, that's my arm you're grabbing. That's my arm. Ow, ow, ow. While Karenina exercises discipline over her crew, a sound rises from the deep, pitched well below the range of human ears. The frequency slips under every bioacoustic filter the engineers have set. The instruments detect nothing. Captain Karenina, something's not right. The TEC marine engineer moves to the edge of the open bay door. Below, the fish are clustering together in a tight, wrong-looking mass. Alphabet, give me the latest marine life readings, now. The school condenses into a writhing carpet of silver, fish leaping and crashing back into endless turmoil. The noise of it fills the air like a rain squall hitting open water. What the hell? It's not even raining out. A flying fish bursts from the water, arcs over the bay door, and hits the deck with a wet slap. It lands not 20 centimeters from Karenina's feet, its pectoral fins spread wide like two sheer wings, gills pumping in frantic, shallow flutters. The foreboding swells, cold and certain, and Karenina whips her head toward the horizon. A whale cries out across the water. A vast shape heaves upward where the sky meets the sea, and something deep in her memory brushes softly against the present. What is that? Gravity strips the water from its colossal frame. The clear droplets shimmer in the sun for a single bright moment, then shift to a deep, ominous crimson. The creature hangs in the air only a heartbeat longer, then tilts and slams back into the ocean. The white wall of spray stains red almost before it can rise. A humpback? Wet, torn flesh and corroded copper bonework knit together into a shape out of nightmare, and its body is threaded through with swollen, twisting veins like parasitic roots. Calling it a humpback whale feels wrong. Its irises and pupils are gone, swallowed by an abyssal blackness, leaving behind two hollow sockets that burn with a dim, pulsing red. No, that thing's been reshaped by the red tide. The whale call pierces the air once more, a twisted echo of the humpback's deep and graceful song, but there is no beauty in it, only undiluted pain. Farther out, more shapes break the horizon, rising together from every direction. The red backs form a ragged curve against the water, strung like a necklace of dark, bloodied pearls. A whole pond. There's more than one of these monsters. His voice is drowned out by the shriek of the punishing virus alarm. The bay ceiling erupts in flashing red, the warning lights whirling and pulsing with frantic, manic energy. Captain, requesting permission to engage. He rises fast, his features setting into hard lines. Captain Karenina. Captain? What's wrong? Karenina's palm is clamped tight to her brow. Something has bypassed every defense, exploding in an unguarded corner deep inside her mind, or maybe it has always been there. The whale calls crash through her consciousness, each reverberation a new spike of pain. Damn it. If this keeps up, I might. Deviation. I'm gonna... The frequency scrapes through her mind like a needle dragged raw across glass, every vibration sickening and wrong. Combat personnel, begin battle preparations. I'll handle things here. Is there a frame maintenance researcher on board? Get them here now. Whales. That sound. Something is wrong with it. It's not... Whales? You mean the sound of the whales? But... Captain... Those whales... They haven't made a single sound. The new engineering force recruit seems seconds away from crying. Could be a signal reception error. I'll take care of this. You two focus on what you can. On what you can do. Yes, sir. The accompanying frame technician sprints over and hands a maintenance log to Larson. No acoustic spectrum readings at all. But one by one, the whales exhale, their spouts climbing and collapsing in staggered rhythm. Overhead, the red mist gathers and stitches itself together, unfurling into an immense curtain of blood that spreads slowly across the water. No sound? Her vision blurs at the edges. Everyone surges toward her, hands gripping her arms to hold her up. She shoves the nearest hand away and immediately lurches sideways. Issue ship-wide alert. All hands to battle stations. The edges of the bay come apart in her sight, the bulkheads bleeding pigment like paper left in water. The alarm's red glow no longer pulses. It has thickened into a steady, suffocating mist. The horizon turns blood red, eating away at her vision inch by inch. Battle prep's done, Larson. How's the captain? Captain, the Vega just sent a distress call over shortwave. They're trapped in the middle of the pod. That's not good. At that same moment, Mara stands on the deck of the Vega. The ship was built to face two enemies and two only: brutal weather and hidden reefs. Now abominations born of the punishing virus are tightening the noose. She releases a slow breath. This kind of loss was always a possibility. Even if she falls here, other teams on other routes will push on toward the southern node. Her real concern sits not far away. The Balder. That is what the whale pod is truly after. On the Balder's tactical display, a new signal source connects to the shortwave communications network. Oh shit. Oh damn! Look at the menu change. I love the menu change stuff they started doing. That's so cool, actually. And also scary. But also cool. But also scary. Could you imagine? All of a sudden you just see the ocean turn red like this. It's like, oh shit. Pretty sure there's definitely, I'm pretty sure there is definitely a place somewhere on Earth where it's like a lake, but it's like red. And it has something to do with like the mineral or something that's making the water red. Homeward current. She spins through the air like a wheeling bird swallowed by the vastness of the sky, light pouring over her. That previous note was really nice. As the aircraft tears through the clouds, you glance down. The wild sea wind has ripped the clouds into thin, curling wisps. Through their sheer veil, a tired gray-blue stretches endlessly below, an ocean that mirrors the sky above. And across that vast blue, a thin line of blood red sears the distance like a scar burned into crystal. We're almost there. Let's get ready. Initiating frame pre-activation sequence. The frame pod sits on its shock-dampening mount. As you lean in, the data on its display slowly fades. Through the viewpoint, Kadenina's frame materializes, and a faint tremor from the internal climate system hums against your palm, steady as breathing. You remember that figure slumped over the desk in the lounge. Her hair was a wild, tangled mess, and structural blueprints were scattered across every surface of the room. So this is the finished product. Commandant, I'll go over the data one last time. Thanks. I'll do it. I've been handling the squad's frame upkeep. This is more my territory. I'll leave Commandant's gear check to you. Alright. The craft angles downward, tilting just enough for the sea below to come into focus. The construct's vision pulls every surging crest into vivid relief. Below, a savage engagement tears through the water, gunfire kicking up crimson walls of foam. The whale's spines drift in and out of the red-tinged haze, mountain after mountain of bone and flesh closing off the Vega's route. Suppression fire alone keeps them from surging forward. That's the Balder's guns. On the Balder's deck, Karenina presses a hand hard against her temple, her mind seething. Every word costs her more processing power than it should, dragged out through the pain. Keep up. Suppress the fire. Don't let them push any closer to Balder. Captain, let us handle this. There are other constructs on board. You don't have to. I'm fine. Damn it. What the hell is going on with my mind? Emergency frame switch protocol initiated. ETA, 2 minutes. A dispatched commandant will assume mind stabilization duties. What the? Not now. Her frame has been ready for a long time. Every adaptation test passed cleanly. But her mind at this moment is a storm of noise as unreadable as primordial chaos. My mind is in no shape to... Her voice catches in her throat. Everything in her field of vision shudders and heaves. Then a familiar mind beacon lights up inside her mind, like the first navigation light blazing across a black sea, anchoring every sense of direction she'd lost. It's you. The agony has pushed her mind to the edge of breaking. Now a quiet, gentle force folds around it, lifting the broken pieces as carefully as if they were made of cloud. Karenina, it's been a while. Focus on stabilizing Karenina's mind. You're not feeling well? Once the connection locks into place, her mind at last begins to stabilize. The shattered edges draw together, healing inch by slow inch. Frame pre-activation sequence underway. Estimated completion, 5 minutes. It's nothing. Just some minor hiccups. Nothing I can't deal with myself. She sounds like herself again at last. But you... Why didn't you give me a heads up? I thought with us on separate missions you were gonna miss my new frame completely. Hold on. If you're the one handling the delivery, that means while I was not there, you already saw my new frame that I spent forever designing? The construct girl's face rounds into a puffed out scowl. Uh-oh. I have a really bad feeling about where this is going. Across the mind connection, a flustered data stream contorts itself into something resembling a pretzel. Is there a problem? Is there a problem? That was supposed to be another first meeting between this version of me and you. Wait, no, that's not what It's the reaction, the praise. Who's gonna give me back my moment? Pre-activation's almost done. There are other people with you? Boss, it's Grey Raven's mission. Lee being here kind of tracks. Maybe try taking a breath first? What do you know, you idiot? This is a brand new frame we're talking... Karenina, parameter calibration's finished. You're clear for the switch once pre-activation wraps up. I'm all set. I can provide support. The moment that familiar voice sounds, Karenina's face goes completely still. What? Lucia! Why are you here too? Huh? This is Grey Raven's mission, so here I am. You know, sometimes the secret to world peace is really simple. Everyone just shuts up. But hey, look on the bright side. Stacking a few rage buffs before a fight? That's just free stats. Bro's a gamer. He's using freaking he's using gamer terms with this shit. Katarina, your new frame looks great. You did an amazing job with the design. It's not like I was fishing for compliments or anything. Okay, Sun, relax. Every prickly edge of her mood dissolves at once. Sometimes the secret to world peace is really simple. Just keep talking. Frame pre-activation sequence complete. Transport pod has successfully entered the atmosphere. Karenina, ready for sync. Severing sensory input. Entering short-term hibernation. Estimated duration, 67 seconds. I hate it. Why'd you have to use that number? Skip it. My adaptation data has been stable the whole time, and I'm already fully matched with this frame. I have been drinking water. Just for some reason, this cough just snuck up on me. I can stay cautious through the whole process. It'll be faster. Commencing frame switch authorization. Please enter the activation parameter. Authorization successful. Starting consciousness transfer. Please refrain from interrupting the connection during consciousness transfer. Upload throughput 100%. Synchronization countdown starting. Come on. Inside the pod. Oh shit, they're using Last Resort. That's awesome. Inside the pod, the frame's eyes slide open, still cold with mechanical emptiness. But you know the flame of a soul will catch soon, and those eyes will burn with life. Ooh, that's a banger line. That was a banger line. She reaches out a hand. Your group gathers to lift Karenina from the pod. The cabin's sterile air rushes into her lungs, and her lips part just barely, trembling with the first breath of renewed life. Frigid wind pours through the aircraft's open hatch. The frame's hands rest in yours, and the metal coldness is already fading. Now that the soul inside has awakened, living warmth will soon flood back into this body, indistinguishable from flesh and blood. Karenina, time to wake up. The frame cocks her head at you. Through the mind connection, you feel a bright spark, prickling and scorching, hurtling upward along a towering beam of light like a wildfire racing up an ancient tree. Before you, the frame's eyes stir with life. A girl named Karenina is waking up inside this body. See you in a bit, Karenina. She presses her cap down against the gust and turns, the cloud seas stretching vast and restless at her back. The battlefield waits just beyond. See you in a bit, Commandant. Yeah, the art style, that's what I love about like long running like series or games or whatever that has like art style has art illustrations. You just over time see the evolution of it. It's awesome. It's like when you're reading a manga that started like years ago and it's still ongoing or whatever. It's so good. I love it. Excuse me. She spins through the air like a wheeling bird, swallowed by the vastness of the sky, light pouring over her. The frame, barely awake, is already in free fall toward the whales. Damn. Lucia, Lee, you're ready for cover fire and support. Understood. Inside the Balder's dock bay, her old frame senses wash away like color unfurling in the water. For one fleeting instant, Karenina feels certain that if she glances back, Benny, hey, that's me, will be there. She is going to experience the entire frame transfer fully conscious, not missing a single second. An emptiness without origin surrounds her, but deep in her consciousness, a beacon holds firm, and she does not lose her way. She rises, climbing through the vast ocean and the endless sky back toward the place she belongs. Rebirth begins with the body. Sensation floods her limbs, and instinct follows. A hatchling spreading its wings, she reaches out, trying to touch something warm. Then comes breath. The high, cold air cuts into her lungs. The vital fluid on her tongue tastes of life. That person's warmth lingers on her skin, and her own body rises to meet it, heat kindling like an answer. Then comes sound. That voice lights the spark deep inside her. Great trees surge skyward, waves roar forward, and her single speck of starlight catches, blazing into a wildfire that swallows the heavens. Finally, light arrives, and the very first instinct of her becoming a gaze finds her. The Commandant's eyes are on her. Karenina, Digivolve too. See you in a bit, Commandant. She cuts through the howling wind and weightlessness, her new frame answering to her will. Below her, the sea stretches wide, her first battlefield. Grey Raven, this is Captain Karenina, engineering force, requesting tactical support. Wipe out the whale pod and secure the Vega. She keeps her voice brisk and official, trying to smother the obvious glee they keep slipping through. Just off her flank, a dark figure keeps pace. Wait, I'm just imagining all three of them just skydiving through all the way down to the whale pod. Oh, that's so cool. Lee offers a brief nod, then extends his frame. The temporary boosters detach, and he angles his body to fix his descent point before shooting toward the sea, like an arrow loosed from its string. In that instant of crossing paths, another silhouette flashes through her vision. Captain Karenina, Grey Raven will provide cover and help you take them down. Karenina catches Lucia's calm gaze and hesitates just briefly. Then the generous ship captain returns it with a look of affirmation. Not every day we get to fight together. Try not to slow me down. A great anchor hits the water a beat before Karenina, blooming into a surfboard that catches her smoothly atop the swell. She cuts hard before a churning wall of water, her thrusters blasting a shock of air as she veers straight toward the largest of the whales. I'll take the big ones out here. You two get on the Vega and get everyone out. Right behind her, Lucia and Lee carve twin trails through the blood-red waves, their surfboards angled toward the whale-surrounded Vega. Damn, they got surfboards too? Fire pours from the Balder's guns onto the twisted red-tide creatures. As Grey Raven and Karenina join the battle, the momentum on the water shifts decisively. Alright, time for some percussive maintenance. A little over 10 minutes pass. Karenina slams her anchor deep into the skull of the final whale. The bone and sinew cave inward, and a geyser of blood-red fluid erupts from the wreckage. Expressionless, she sidesteps the spray and rips the anchor loose. First fight's done. Karenina nudges her cap back into place, the faintest curve lifting her lips. She glances over at the Vega. There, Mara leans against the rail, her anxious gaze still locked on the young captain. She has been watching the whole time. Lee stands on the Vega's deck, a slight frown settling on his face. These things rode in with the red tide. They don't match any known hetero creature patterns. And new ascendant creations? They didn't hit nearly as hard as the ones on land. Let's hope there isn't something worse lurking behind them. The two exchange a glance. Commandant, we're wrapping things up here. Did you make it onto the Balder all right? I'm already on board. One by one, the whales slip beneath the surface, red foam thrashing into the vast gray-blue waters. The ocean takes the crimson in, yet it does not dissolve. It lingers, undigested. The sea is getting devoured. Karenina's brow knots as she stares at the blood-red stain. The waves thin it out, but it does not vanish. She spins her board and angles away. This is Karenina, heading back. A whale call erupts without warning. The humpback she has just felled, the one that should be sinking into the abyss, raises its skull instead. Red ichor weeps from the voids where his eyes once were, slithering down the fissured flesh. The mouth gapes open, and a long, resonant cry of pure sorrow spills forth. It does not travel through air or sea. The sound reverberates straight into Karenina's mind, and the pain surges back with it, threatening to consume her consciousness whole. Wind rushes by her, and then, without warning, the air loses its bloody, briny tang. A strange sensation wriggles through her mind. Karenina locks up and runs an immediate check on her sensory input and data acquisition modules. The diagnostic flags nothing, but even as the values hold steady, the world before her eyes is graying out, color draining fast. Her vision is going. My senses are cutting out. Light's warmth drains away. The wind's flow thins to nothing. Even the pain grows distant. The only sensation left is a cold, clenching pressure that grips her heart. She is being stripped, layer by layer, and locked inside a glass cage. Amid the rising tide of whale calls, the Commandant's mind beacon pulses. It's so close, she could almost touch it, yet impossibly far, as if it belongs to another world. Karenina? She does not answer. She cannot answer. The drift anchor's equilibrium system lurches as if thrown off balance by an uninvited creature that has stepped onto the board. Karenina! She drags in a sharp breath, and the nearly extinguished ember inside her detonates, roaring back to life. In that single heartbeat, Karenina reclaims her breath. Real wind slams into her lungs. The taste of vital fluid seeps from a wound inside her mouth, which she does not remember biting open, and the steady, unrelenting pain anchors her. She is still here. Her mind is still her own. Damn it. Are you alright? Get back first. Something's wrong with your frame. Come back first. I'm fine. On my way back. The thruster blasts a white skirt of foam across the water. A small mechanical claw hooks silently onto the surfboard's edge, then disappears in the next surge of rolling waves. The Balder. Saltwater sheets across the dock bay as Karenina skids in on the surfboard. She's still fighting for her footing when her eyes land on you, the person she hasn't seen in a long while. Commandant! Her gaze drifts past your shoulder. A cavernous emptiness fills the dock bay, broken only by the two new faces from her cable-laying crew and Larson, the marine engineer sent by the Transatlantic Economic Community. Where are Lucy and Lee? They should have gotten back before me. Still fighting out there. Are you okay? Please, I can handle myself. Check on the Vega first. The boat sent for the Vega has not come back. Karenina's golden eyes carry a subtle edge of worry until Lucia's voice finally cuts through the comms channel. Commandant, one crew member on the Vega is badly hurt. The rest have minor injuries, nothing serious. But they're refusing to head back for repairs. Refusing repairs? I get that time's tight, but they're not the only ship heading to the southern node. No, you know what? Let me talk to them. Lucia, put Mara on. She keys into the comms without hesitation. Soon after, Mara's warm, familiar tone sounds through the terminal. Mara, the threat's cleared. You can head back and get patched up. That won't be necessary, Karenina. We need to keep moving toward the southern node. There isn't time to spare. But your cable layer got torn up in that fight, didn't it? Karenina's words are still half-formed when Mara interrupts, her tone soft but leaving no room for debate. Kat and Karenina, we're engineers. Fixing things is our job, isn't it? If something goes wrong down the line, your ship might not even make it back. I mean... The words trail off, and a mutual silence falls over both ends of the channel. Child, we both know these cable layers were never designed with a return trip in mind. There's only one vessel out here that can cross the red tide. Bother. Adore this as a story reading theme. Like the music, you mean? The music is really nice, yeah. Most of the anti-punishing virus systems on these ships are barely prototypes. No guarantee how long they'll hold. Whether we make it back, that's not something we can afford to dwell on. Then at least run one more check first. Exhaust every option you've got. You're an engineer, you know that inspections. Karenina. That gentle tone reaches her like fingertips brushing lightly across her forehead. I've thought it through. I've lived through the good days. Like when everyone believed there wasn't a hurdle we couldn't clear, no problem too tangled to work out. Life kept moving forward and hard work paid off. I felt like things would only ever get better. Through the calm, the girl's quiet breathing whispers against her ear. Mara shuts her eyes and listens, imagining how Karenina grew step by step into the person on the other end of the line. She herself is old now, worn thin and a little weary of the world. I don't know what's coming. I don't know if I'll make it back. What I do know is I'm sick of waiting in place. Time has walked a long road through me, long enough for the whole world to turn itself inside out. And all I could do year after year was say goodbye. My mentors, my colleagues, my students, then sit in an empty office and wait for their obituaries to show up. It's not about winning. It's not about hope. I need to do something. That's all. Listen to me. Still sounds a little noble, doesn't it? But truth is, I really can't stand those noble people. Whatever you can't handle, I'll pick up the slack. Everyone here can do something. You're not facing this by yourself. Then just tell yourself I got tired. That I wanted to run away. Away from a world gone barren, where I've got nothing left to give. Her voice sounds as gentle as ever. That's not true. Someone who wanted to run would never make a choice like this. You're the one who said it, remember? This is like an exciting adventure. I did say that. And my heart's racing like I'm young again, all because of this adventure. I wanted to leave you with a good impression. I didn't want to make you unhappy. Not again. Me? Unhappy? Karenina. I was part of your construct modification experiment. The warmth drains from her voice. You were what Dr. Calon left behind. I had to save you. Or maybe saving you was the only way I could save myself back then. I heard you were not very happy afterward. Not very happy. I'm making it sound so small, aren't I? I'm sorry. For everything we did without ever asking how you felt. Looking back now, I think that was the first time I ran away. Right in front of young Wise, too. Karenina dips her head just enough for the cap rim to shadow her eyes. Across the rolling sea deep across the rolling sea deep swell of years, she glances back at the person she once was. Really? I don't remember any of that. You old folks seriously overthink everything. I never blamed you, and I don't hate you. I'm all grown up now, alright? Even if I didn't totally get it when I was younger, it probably only bugged me for like a tiny bit. I'm sure I got over it fast. Really fast. I know. You've grown up. Well, no, well, technically they didn't just meet, but call it an adventure or call it running away. Either way, Karenina, I can't stay frozen in place forever. It's time I got moving. A small boat carries 2 Grey Raven members back to the Balder. Soon after, the Vega blows her horn in parting and resumes her course. In the dock bay, Karenina remains rooted in the salt wind, watching the sea until the Vega becomes a blur, then a fleck, then nothing at all against the grey horizon. Walk over slowly and stand beside her. You came to wait for Lucy and Lee? It's pretty windy out here. Go away in the crew quarters or up on the bridge. They'll come find you the second they're back. Karenina cocks her head, wrestling her tone into something approaching casual indifference. I'm fine waiting right here. This way I can see them the moment they arrive. What is this, school pickup? I'm not that sappy. I'm out of here. She pivots with her chin raised, boot heels striking the deck in clean, sharp beats. As she halts. You know what? Forget it. I'll wait with you. Just for a bit. Thanks. Without a word, you make room. Someone else slides into the gap at the same moment. Huh? Boss, perfect timing! We need to lock down a few repeater parameters. The cable layer is waiting on this data. Also, Grey Raven Commandant. Huge honor. Can I get an autograph? Captain, your frame's initial combat data couldn't upload because of the comms interference. We need to run a manual backup. Grey Raven Commandant, I put together a tactical analysis based on your mission logs. Do you have a moment to look it over? The 2 rookies from the engineering force press in from left and right. Their data pads thrust so close they almost bump your nose. Sure, you guys take care of the work first. Ugh. One step away from an unplanned swim, Karenina delivers a precise thwack to each of their heads and shoves those 2 eager faces back. As they recoil, she spots the marine engineer strolling closer at an unhurried pace. Let me guess. You need something too? Or are you also here for our beloved Grey Raven Commandant? I don't mind waiting in line. Though, Captain Karenina, looks like your surfboard brought something back from the sea. Something that doesn't belong on this ship. The engineer's worried eyes guide every gaze toward the surfboard. It still hasn't reverted to its anchor form, seawater trailing in slow drips from its edges. Nearby where the light bleeds into shadow, a potted biosphere sits atop its metal stand, glowing dimly in the half-dark. And Larson surely recognizes it. 0. Feeling the weight of every gaze land on it at once, the potted plant's metal base sprouts several tiny articulated claws. Skitter, skitter. Like a tiny animal busted mid-snack, the little potted plant flails its 4 mechanical claws and bolts across the deck in pure, undignified panic. Grab it! Grab it! When you meet a stranger, always smile first. "20 minutes later." Or if this was SpongeBob, 20 minutes later. With Lucia and Lee safely back aboard, the group gathers around the bridge's small tactical table. Preliminary assessment shows no threat. A deep scan should take under 2 minutes. Karenina cocks her head and hoists one of the tiny mechanical claws upside down, lifting it until it dangles right at eye level. What the hell is this thing? Oh, it's a face. Placed back on the table, the odd little potted plant blooms a small yellow flower aimed squarely at you. Oh, are those cornflowers inside the thing? Plant the stars, sail the seas, and always find your way. Your potted plant? No, your precise navigator. Their mechanics, wherever you're headed. The hell is it babbling about? Advertisement. This is a mechanical potted plant. Maritime workers used them to grow whatever plants they liked. One of Lear Mechanic's more popular consumer products some 30 years back. It runs its own ads? Smart hustle. Well, the broadcast feature was likely added by the owner. The internals are simple enough and is loaded with expansion ports. Engineers back in the day loved customizing these things. Which means it wouldn't be hard to add something dangerous, either. Lucia adjusts her stance by a fraction, ensuring that you, behind her, stay well within her guard. Bless her heart. Then let's just crack it open and find out. Move. Wait, don't scroll past this classic. The autumn sale is live now. Did it just tell us to wait? Am I hearing that right? This thing's weirdly aware. Arctic cod, the nutritionist your table deserves. Tender, flaky, and loaded with protein. Deliciously good for you. Dogs, man's best friend. It's kind of cute. It's communicating via these ads. It's kind of like Bumblebee in the Transformers films. Where Bumblebee would communicate using like songs or radio stations. Okay, those are all ad lines. But yeah, that's begging. It's probably just trying to say that's useful and harmless. So, like I said, totally begging. Deep scan's clean. No threats detected. Lee sweeps his eyes across the room before his gaze comes to rest on you. Something wrong? His intelligence reads pretty high, but it shouldn't be an awakened machine. Machines with this many expansion ports don't usually ship with advanced AI. That's what's so weird about it. Way too much strange crap floating around out here. Let me just crack it open and check. Her talent for machinery is something close to divine. With nothing more than her fingertips and raw intuition, she hones in on the exact points where disassembly begins. The girl presses her lips thin, a brief uncertainty flickering across her expression. She gives a small shake of her head and resumes the disassembly. No one moves to stop Karenina. Everyone needs to know what secrets this strange little machine holds, and whether it carries some unknown danger. Alright, let's see what we got. The instant she touches the potted plant's internal mechanism, something cold and mist-like wraps around her consciousness. In a single violent jolt, the chill kicks her clean out of the glass cage. Glass cage? A mind deviation alert shrieks through her systems. A violent shudder climbs Karenina's spine and explodes at the top of her skull. She finds herself in her consciousness space without knowing how she got there. A glass cage stands behind her, as real as anything. She was trapped inside it, oblivious. Until the chill from the potted plant's touch shocked her awake and kicked her loose. Karenina, what's wrong? What did you do? Eyes fixed on the odd mechanical potted plant, Karenina remembers the sound from the fight. A low thud, as if something had dropped onto her surfboard. You helped me. But why was I... Karenina, what's going on? As the engineering force's vice captain likes to say, Karenina's face might as well be a live feed of her thoughts. Nothing stays hidden there. After she describes the strange anomalies her frame went through, she forces out a defense under the crushing weight of everyone's silent disapproval. I thought it was just a calibration issue. Frame tuning, you know? Stuff I can handle on my own. This doesn't look like a simple tuning issue. Your eyes settle on the deep furrow of Lee's brow. Lee, what do you think? Kanania reported hearing whale calls twice. The ship's monitoring equipment didn't register anything either time, and no construct on site picked them up either. We need to verify whether these whale calls actually exist before we can figure out what's happening to your frame. That's going to require support from the Science Council. I can compile the data logs and send them up to Babylonia through Grey Raven's emergency channel. Kanania stares at Lucia for a moment, and quietly turns her head away. Thanks. During the fight, the spotted plant showed up, and your mind connection with Commandant came back online. Then just now, the moment you touched its internals, you broke free from that glass mental cage. We can't say for sure whether it's dangerous, but keeping it somewhere we can monitor it would be the safest play, at least until we know if there's an actual causal link. Now let's go with that. Thanks, Lee. Good thing we got you. Let's do that for now. Thanks, Lee. Larson examines the now silent potted plant on the table, leaning in gradually until the internal structure is fully visible to the naked eye. He retrieves a stereoscopic scanner. I think it's safe. I believe it's safe. He indicates a flowing cursive signature engraved on the inner metal face. Cordelia. Cordelia. She was a friend of mine. Though maybe this next part will put you more at ease. She was also Dr. Cowan's first student in the transatlantic economic community, and his favorite. Hadanina's head snaps up. Cordelia. As though a hidden keyword has been tripped, the potted plant, silent and docile all this time, erupts with a bizarre synthesized chitter of electronic noise. Kadanina catches her own name amid the electronic noise. Lee was right. This mechanical thing is far more intelligent than anyone would expect. This appears to be the extent of its capabilities. It cannot string together another coherent word. It really is you. The little plant crackles with distorted static and shifts. When it vocalizes again, you hear a young man's earnest and unpolished voice reciting something. Sit on the other side of the light. Blue ripples wash across the table. Swaying, swaying. The tide hums low in its throat. Gray cotton candy swells into the window's hollows. Swaying, swaying. The banana split boat melts, sugar froth, a buttery sea. One, then two, balloons rise. One, then two, the clown lets go. They scatter like wind-shredded notes. Plop, plop. Down the spoon, ice cream balls slide into a hidden blue. Plop, plop. Something sinks away, sugar froth, a sweet dream. Go sit on the other side of the light. A glint of tears rises in Larson's eyes. He jerks his face aside in a hurry. That voice. Is that the engineer? When he was young? God, that's awful. I really had no business writing poetry back then. You can barely even call that a poem. The bitter curve of his lips barely qualifies as a smile. Winding waves. Odin sent his ravens into the mortal realm as vessels of wisdom, but he feared they would wander too far and forget themselves in distant skies, or never come home at all, severing wisdom from its source. Scattered across the sand lie metal bones and desiccated flesh. That's a new word. Aha! Google time! Desiccated. Meaning. Desiccated. The meaning of desiccated is dried up, preserved by drying. Oh. Dried with the moisture removed. Or not interesting / completely without imagination. To be desiccated is to be dried out. Oh, okay. So dried flesh. The crystal fragments catch the final threads of daylight that pierce the sky. A titanic mechanical tower rises at the end of the cliffs beneath a gray sky, its punishing fire's purification systems dead, but its lights still throbbing faintly like a dying pulse. Arius stands inside the tower. From behind him, a mechanical arm extends forward, its knuckles twisted at wrong angles, and presses against the core interface like a fractured animal limb. And here I thought I'd have to go down there myself. This is far more convenient. Dark crimson filaments bloom from the contact point between his fingers and the metal, spreading like creatures roused from deep freeze. With just the slightest probe, the whole system throws itself into his arms, eager as a dog welcoming home its long-departed master. It's been a while. In the radiant golden age of human civilization, all of this was his. Such pliant obedience was only to be expected. Now, as his full privileges unfurl, every port in his memory cracks open, willingly or by force. Data surges toward him from every reach of the ocean, turning his spine into a riverbed of information, and deep inside his body, the half-Sephiroth slowly stirs to life. They already started the repeater replacements at the southern node Fenrir. 2 teams made it through intact. How touching. The resilience of humanity never fails to move me. Oh. Oh? It's a question mark. Oh? Southern node Fenrir, Central Command Center. Mara, you made it. The wind catches Mara's short hair as she steps off the cable layer Vega. She is not surprised. Someone has already arrived at the southern node before her. When we evacuated this place, I never thought I'd set foot in it again. You've already started on the repeater replacement? Inside the node, silence reigns. Decommissioned repeaters sit stacked in neat rows within the recovery crates, each casing labeled with the Cosmos Technicians Union's identification tags. Progress looks solid. Her eyes land on the wall behind the recovery crates. An old carving runs across its surface, weathered by time. Mara. She gazes at that old carving for a long time, her thoughts unreadable. Alright, everyone back to work. The sooner we finish swapping these repeaters, the sooner military comms come back online. Have you examined all the pulled repeaters? Yes, we ran each one through the new automated inspection protocol after removal. I'll do a second pass. The old procedures may be obsolete. This old timer, however, is not. She connects the verification equipment to her repeater's main port. As the protocol initializes, she lifts her head and looks once more at the carving on the wall. Then she reaches into her toolbox, pulls out the plainest screwdriver, and leaves a mark of her own. Desiccated. Desiccated. Oh, is it desiccated? Oh, it is desiccated. I guess I just never... I know of the word desiccated, I guess I just never seen it spelled out. Which is odd. Oh, you know what? No, I don't normally see the word desiccated. I've seen desiccation, but I didn't think it would be like similar to like desiccated. Yeah, it is pretty uncommon. Plus, I saw, yeah, the spelling too. I see the 2 C's, and it makes me think it's like spelled like pronounced like an S, not like a solid sound. Or like I think it's pronounced as a soft C, not a hard C. Thank you. Then she reaches into her toolbox. Oh, I read that. Desiccated. Right. The leaden sky casts its muted light over everything. The carving, the restless sea, the silent and busy technicians. Those restless data streams deliver every action of the insects to a watcher far away. Yes. Pour everything you have into restoring that fiber optic system. Every new repeater you install will pave the road ahead for me. Entirely normal to see the two C's, not think it's sick K. Pronunciation-wise. Yeah. One after another, the southern node's repeaters are swapped out according to his anticipated rhythm. Every fresh unit is a tamed listener, obediently funneling all its captures in his waiting grasp, into his waiting grasp. The more repeaters he controls, the more fluidly the information flows into him. Beast, the world is opening up to you. Devour it all. Let this information fuel your awakening. The dormant half-sphere within his body gradually begins to store. Why did I say that word? Stir. Why did I say that weird? Store. Stir. Its pulses come labored and slow first, separated by aching voids that shrink with every beat. It compresses, breaks apart, then compresses once more. A gluttonous stomach digesting the neural network of the entire ocean. Once you've gathered your strength, follow the veins of the cable network and wake your other half. Washed by cascading data, the half-sphere buried in Arius begins to wake. Its stirring sends a pulse through the information torrent, deep into the base of the dam, calling the sleeping other half to readiness for reunion. When the northern and mid-ridge nodes complete their scheduled replacement, when the whole Atlantic submarine fiber optic network lies in his grasp, absorbing the awakened other half will be nothing but a waiting game. A complete and powerful understanding. A second hand crawls upward from behind him, coming to rest on the pale face of Arius himself. Are you pleased? You should consider yourself fortunate to stand here and witness this. All unfolds as expected, aside from the small irritation of sand biting into his skin. In the screen's periphery, an inconsequential warning flashes, the way a sinking victim's hand claws at the air. Oh, still thrashing about. I've been away too long. The seas have grown cluttered with too many strange things. I want to become a monster. Those are your own words, if memory serves. It hurts, doesn't it? The despair must be exquisite. Hold on to it. Madness and hatred are such a potent source of power. The alert only pulses faster, more erratic with every blink. I will craft a fate worthy of you. Allow me the privilege of being your creator. After all, you have nothing left to lose, so let a part of me illuminate the path forward. He presses his fingertips further in. The fish arrive then, carrying new information. Across the water, the whale's lament pierces the ocean's shield and finds its way to the deepest folds of that construct's mind, grazing the dormant cracks within. Her mind has been activated. Splendid. I need her to become what she once was, what I need her to be. And then, at long last, I can. That mocking smile of Iceling's cuts across his mind. Become wholly myself. Control of the cable system gives him open access. The Atlantic Eye's protective barrier might as well be brittle parchment. He finds what he seeks without delay. The current hydrodynamic energy system one of the megastructure's energy cores, a system built to direct ocean currents and regulate water temperatures. Damn! His plan advances without deviation. In the end, the ocean spreads beneath his feet, conquered. That defeat may have stripped me of everything, but to me, this place is a door that never closes. Arius sweeps his fingers through the empty air, redirecting the currents and adjusting the sea's warmth. The current hydrodynamic energy system stirs, its machinery engaging without a sound. I don't mind using the ruins of yesterday to adorn today's triumph. The current veers by a fraction of a degree. The surface warmth rises at a crawl too slow for human satellites to catch, too faint for buoys to cry warning. Yet the sea's creatures know. Far across the ocean, fish schools change their ancient migration paths. Deep-dwelling things flee their homes in a frantic exodus. Even the dullest reef crustaceans seal their shells tight. Raise a storm for me, Atlas. Atlantic. Years ago, that storm drowned all his ambitions and washed away even his name. Let this storm feed the Saphira boundless energy. Let it carry my life's work to its conclusion. The Saphira engine beneath the dam has slumbered in silence for too long. It craves the storm's raw power to reclaim its supremacy. Ooh, that's grim. As Arius steps onto the sand, the red tide seeps upward through every crevice. The corpses littering the intertidal zone shudder at the crimson touch, and under the washing waves, life returns to dead flesh. Arius turns his palm. A great whale's skin splits along its spine, the tear climbing down the length of its skeleton with the wet, dull sound of torn leather. New crimson flesh spills outward, writhing into the sea like a nest of living tendrils. Oh, damn! I see him standing on top of it, too. A newborn hetero creature claws free of the old carcass. It turns its malformed head, eye sockets still growing and dripping red slime, and fixes its hollow gaze on the creator waiting on the sand. Now go. Arius lifts a hand, tilting his fingers faintly toward the distant water. The newborn whale pivots without hesitation and swims away, following the red tide as it spreads across the sea. We shall be on our way as well. Gray-blue swells pile in from the horizon like the rigid backs of monsters. Arius mounts the original whale's spine, and where wind meets. I almost said it where winds meet. That open world, that Chinese open world game, Where Winds Meet. It's been a while since I played that game. I gotta return to playing that game sometime. Where wind meets the waves, the creature's spray rises as a fine crimson mist. Atlantic Ocean, 95-300. Deep into the night, a strange hum jolted Manon M1A from its dormant state. It was a low and viscous tremor rolling in from the shore that pinged across its sensor array. The frequency fell outside any familiar monitoring band. Manon units were marine engineering robots developed by the Transatlantic Economic Community for ocean operations, built in various sizes and functions depending on their purpose. They had been vital machinery in constructing the Atlantic Eye. Do we know what they truly entail past that? I don't know. I don't know. All we know is that they're just really strong. That's all. I suppose if it's any sort of hint towards it, the whole Saphira thing, it's a real thing that does exist. I remember seeing this one time Sephiroth. So maybe it might be something to do with this information here, because it mentions the different spheres, like crown, understanding. There's foundation, and there's even other names like Malkuth that was mentioned from Rosetta's chapter. This one's right here, mercy / compassion. So there might be something here that might entail what this really is. At least in the world, or at least give a hint for the world of PGR. Divine emanations that come from the Ein Sof in a manner often described as a flame. Sephiroth emanate from above to below. As the first Sephiroth, Sephira is closest to Ein Sof, it is the least comprehensible to the human mind, while in turn the last is the best understood because it is closest to the material world that humanity dwells on. Important concept. Generally translated as infinity or endless. Represents the formless state of the universe before the self-materialization of God. Ein Sof is God. The Ein Sof is God before he decided to become God as we now know him. Fascinating stuff. Names of the Sephiroth, not specified, rather are only identified by their attributes forward, backward, right, left, down, up, light, darkness, good, and evil. Yeah, it's like a parallel to the Ascension network. Wonder how we continue from here, because then, because this seems very interesting. It is very interesting. It's a whole nother, like, section of, like, discovery and information for us to get into. The first Sephira, Keter, which is categorized or nicknamed Crown, the one at the top of the list, the one that's incomprehensible or least comprehensible to the human mind. I think that's, if I'm understanding that correctly. The crown is the first Sephira. Damn! The superconscious intermediary between God and the other conscious Sephiroth. Oh! I remember back in Homecoming Voyage, Alpha was like right in front of the fucking tree. And she's the one that's able to see all this shit. Maybe the Philo tree is that god. 3 different levels or heads are identified within Keter. The unknowable head. Second level is the head of nothingness. Third level is the long head. Superconscious levels of faith, pleasure, and will in the soul. The next 3 Sephiroth, Chokmah, Binna, and Dat. Binna being understanding, the third on the list. And that's what Arius has, or Arius has half of the understanding Sephira. Divine intellect. Binna. Interesting. And I guess this image too, you can kinda see it like a tree in a sense. Well, it's definitely not like fully like shaped like a tree or anything. Fascinating stuff. So mercy is down here where the cautious emotions. And that's supposed to be live. Different or glory. Interesting. And then we have I know foundation was mentioned. And other Sephiras were mentioned before as well in one of the previous chapters. I think it was back in Helentine's chapter, I think. One of them was like beauty or whatever. Another one was kingdom, which is Malkuth here. Interesting stuff. That's the wonderful thing with like story or creative writing or whatever. You can take real world like terms or histories or legends or whatever, and you can kind of mold it and shape it in your own creative way to make it like a part of your story. Which in this case with PGR, with the whole Sephiroth and all that stuff, Ein Sof, and they're just adding their own little twist to it into this. It's really fascinating stuff. And of course, PGR is also known to have many references to various different like literatures and art, and sometimes music. Really cool. The M1A was a rare variant within the series, the largest and most comprehensively equipped. Log entry recorded. It's like a giant spider thing. A marine engineering robot raised its head above the waterline and turned its sensors toward the distant land. There was little wind that night. The sea lay flat and still, the swells rolling in long, unhurried intervals. Normal. Anomalous. Since none of the established alert conditions were triggered, internal logic advised M1A to maintain passive monitoring and continue recording. No additional response was required. No action required. Its head dipped below the surface. After a full minute, M1A eased back up through the water, its optical sensors swiveling with deliberate caution, scanning every direction. No anomalies detected. No action required. 2 minutes later, M1A dispatched the log to its direct supervisor. I'm guessing we're back in the past here. The data did not have to travel far. In roughly the same patch of ocean, the freshly appointed overseer of the deep-sea database picked up the terminal that had so rudely shattered her sleep. Advisor Cordelia, you have a behavioral log flagged for review. A behavioral log? Right now? Cordelia stifled a yawn. It was only their second day at the Rainbow Bridge base, and the facility's central AI was the one to pull her from sleep. She rubbed at her eyes and started going through the log entries line by line. Going by standard procedure, everything looks fine. Apologies. Hey, don't get discouraged. I believe you. I'll keep an eye on things, alright? The young woman let herself fall back onto the bed. Man in M1A, your logic circuits told you no action was needed, but you sent this up to me anyway. You know what that means? Your algorithm training is paying off. Your processing model is evolving. Is that a good thing? Of course it's a good thing. In human terms, you're growing. I'm gonna grant you higher processing privileges, okay? Now, what should I call you? Do you have a name? Manon M1A. Designation 7653982. The designation's not really a name. I mean, that's just a human perspective. If you like your designation, that works too. Though it'd feel a little strange for me to say. I don't like it. I don't dislike it. I don't understand the difference. Are you saying I need a name so that I can answer when you call me. Cordelia blinked, momentarily taken aback. Wow, that's almost romantic. But you know what? I think you just figured out the whole point of names. A name makes you someone who can be recognized and remembered. It's where every connection starts. You can totally go by 7653982 if you want. As long as it feels like who you are, that's all that matters. Who am I? See? The whole who am I thing almost always starts with a name. Who am I? The Transatlantic Economic Community operated countless Mannon M1A units. The designation 7653982 was nothing more than a randomly generated unique identifier. Take your time with it. Your cognitive model is maturing. You'll find a name you actually like. Leaden clouds massed along the horizon, pale light slipping thin through the seams. Cordelia shut off her terminal and buried herself back beneath the blankets. A few hours later, she had already pushed the strange ocean engineering robot from her mind. The Rainbow Bridge base was a small outpost harbor, perched on a rocky island along the mid-Atlantic ridge. Jeez, this is the life. Waking up with absolutely nothing to do. Okay, stop squirming. Let me see that. She stood by the mooring bollard, one boot planted on her toolbox and one hand firmly pressing down on Larson's head as she flipped through the notebook with clear impatience. Wait, this is poetry? This? Afternoon light fell across the base harbor, drawn long and thin by the northern latitude. Larson rested on the mooring post, hand pressed over his eyes, a book open on his thighs, and a fishing rod held idly in his grip. Please don't. Those are just exercises. Practice, okay? Also, that part's broken. OEM part. Trash craftsmanship. I snap during assembly all the time. You seriously didn't know? Your practical skills need work. And wow, this poem here is terrible too. I'm still learning. Learning engineering? Yeah, clearly. Learning poetry. Cordelia rolled her eyes. Great joke. Seriously, audition for a variety channel. I got into the literature program. But my father, everyone in my family is an engineer. But what I really wanted... Yeah, I can fill in the blanks. Save the sob story for the cameras. The only reason I touched your little masterpiece is that you hid it inside the cover of deep-sea geological structures and engineering response. I've always said Calon writes like a sleep-deprived genius on a caffeine bender. Obscure, dry, completely unreadable. The people who understand it don't need it. The people who need it can't understand it. Never thought anyone would actually buy a copy. So it's a bait and switch. Calon's name on the cover, Larson's poems inside. You've got guts, though. Ever since the Erhorns blacklisted Calon, nobody's dared buy his stuff. And here you are breaking the rules. You little rebel. A sharp edge of tension crept into Larson's tone. Don't freak out. Yeah, I'm an Erhorn, but Calon was my teacher. I'm not about to snitch. Don't get the wrong impression, though. She flung the poetry notebook back at Larson, jostling the rod in his grip. The damaged part went back into the equipment box, and with a magician's flourish, she retrieved a drawing board and brushes from a concealed pocket. I don't care about any of this stuff. I'm just a family disappointment, remember? The useless heiress. One cast, and we've landed 2 engineers who hate their jobs. This base is toast. You're not useless. I was there at the port. I saw what you did. That's not who you really are. Cordelia placed a little mechanical potted plant on the equipment box and looked out across the breakwater toward the crowd on the landing pad. Her brush touched the canvas. Potted plant hummed faintly, its operation soothing the dull pain inside her. A soft breath escaped her lips. Who I really am? You don't know the first thing about me. Cordelia's sketch captured the seascape stretching beyond the landing pad. At the distant end of the main passage that fed into the landing pad, the base's detachment captain, Ani, emerged from a side door. Don't tell me you volunteered for Christmas duty too. Volunteered? Right. Like a man gives a damn whether we volunteer or not. My folks are fine with it, honestly. As long as I check in now and then, let them know I'm still breathing. But what about you? You're not even enlisted. Just a sailor, right? And you took a job over the holidays? That's exactly why the bay's good. Sailors spend most of the year anyway. Come Christmas, everyone wants to go home. Nobody wants to work. So the price goes up. Money that tight? Kids in school. FOS, actually. A trace of pride flickered across the middle-aged man's expression. FOS? Damn, that's pretty impressive. Yeah, she's something else, my girl. I called her just last night. The signal out here, choppy as hell. Once she's out of FOS, she'll probably outrank me in half the time. The sailor held out a cigarette. Ani accepted it and slid it carefully into his cigarette case. Well, since you put it that way. Have one on me. Next time, maybe. Someone's got their eye on me lately. I can get away with a solar smoke if I'm careful, but two of us? That's just asking to get caught. They shared a laugh and waved each other off. The sailor ambled toward the far side of the deck, a cigarette hanging from his lips. What are the princess and that clueless rookie up to? Fishing. Huh. He fit right in. Hey, rookie, get over here. The FOS cadet Sieg stared blankly for a moment, pointed a finger at his own chest, and obediently moved into position. Yes, sir, Captain Ani. Be my lookout. If your classmate shows up, you warn me. I've been waiting all afternoon for this. Captain Ani. Lumi gave you strict orders. No smoking until you're healed, and it's only been 3 hours. Who took care of you when you first got here? Huh? Has Captain Linde even lifted a finger for you? Come on, think about it. One little favor. That's all I'm asking. Captain Oni. Or Ani. You just roll over for her every time, don't you? She patches people up, you carry a gun. How'd she get you so whipped? Captain Ani? What's she got on you? Something embarrassing? A slim hand plucked the cigarette straight from Ani's grasp. I was trying to tell you. Captain Ani, lieutenant or not, in medical matters, you follow my orders. Ani gave the girl in the FOS uniform a practiced, kindly grin before immediately turning to the base officers behind her, hands flung up in theatrical exasperation. Swear word. Is that a swear? Did you just swear at me with that look? Alright. 3 hours and you're already crumbling. That's not the iron will of a soldier. With an amused smirk, Gunnar gave Ani a light thump on the chest. Toughen up, soldier. You come from a proud lineage. Your ancestors' will is in your blood. Ancestors' will. Boss, it's 2160. Globalization and fast food have diluted whatever's left of that bloodline down to nothing. The name's all I've got. As two modern men from a small northern island, their features had long since shed any trace of their ancestry. Can't save you, son. Orders are orders. The cigarette had been tucked into his chest pocket without anyone noticing. Ani arched a brow and said nothing more. Everyone stay sharp and stay quiet these days. She's an Horn. Won't be with us long. If she gets difficult, just bite your tongue. Ani responded with a dismissive snort, but then his brows creased and his eyes traveled across the landing pad. Boss, something's off. The sea was boiling. Every buried unease was surfacing slow and unstoppable. The fish were the first to sense it. What's going on? Schools of fish boiled to the sea's surface, their silver backs flashing under the sea like a tide of shattered mirrors, flinging themselves shoreward in blind panic. Cordelia's terminal shrieked to life. Red markers pulsed across the screen, warning after warning pouring in, every single one coming from the southern node, Fenrir. Larson, sound the maritime alert. What's happening? The current hydrodynamic energy system. Top level alert, straight from Fenrir. The hub's lost control. Before long, the war room at Rainbow Bridge was crammed with people. What is all this? The base commander's voice was low and grave. Data poured across the screen like water breaching a dam, and the undersea monitoring arrays were turning red, sector by sector. The transatlantic monitoring network. Every red device here is directly linked to the current hydrodynamic energy system. The current hydrodynamic energy system? The system that reports to the Atlantic Eye directly? This doesn't track. Error after error spat from the monitoring system logs at a staggering rate. Line 1, temperature anomaly. Line 2, pressure exceeded threshold. Line 3, flow control valve failed. Line 4. Line 5. The error logs swelled from hundreds of lines to thousands, multiplying with a feverish, unchecked momentum. My eyes can't keep up. Sir, surface distress calls are overloading the channels, still rising. The data points to one thing. The submarine volcanoes are about to erupt in a chain reaction. And this is just the beginning. In the soundless depths, magma and seawater collided with a silent detonation. Colossal pressure surges tore through stone and water at sonic speed, lacerating the current's steady rhythm. The ocean fell into a violent rage. This thing can break? Can we even fix it? Who'd go out there? Fix it? If it's already this bad, we need to prepare for the worst. A flood of analytics and alerts cascaded over the war room's central screen. Second night. See you next stream. Alright, thanks for hanging out, Maria. Have a good rest of your night. Cordelia's peripheral vision landed on Larson, who was pale and shivering with fear. She exhaled quietly. Sir, comms queue's full. Comms queue's full. We're still waiting on a link with command. Stay on the lines. Boss, stress signals are spiking. Locate the nearest source first. There's no official word yet, but from everything we're seeing, let me put this in plain language. Something has gone very, very wrong with the Atlantic Eye. In water still untouched by the alarms, a humpback whale breached the surface. Its dark body carved an elegant arc through the air, seawater shattering into countless fleeting diamonds beneath the sun. Passengers aboard the liner gasped in wonder. Ah, look at that. The young woman let out a delighted gasp, pointing at the great beast suspended in the air. Her fair face glowed with wonder as she looked down at the child in her arms. Yeah, that's definitely Mara. The baby's eyes lay wide. I'm sure that's Lara. Or not Lara, Mara. They were a clear, luminous gold, holding no curiosity, no fear, none of the flickering life that should stir in a living gaze. It's okay. It's going to be okay. I'll get you out. Once we're away from here, you'll be free. The humpback had vanished beneath the water. The sea lay calm again, and nothing remained on the horizon but a bank of low, heavy clouds. Beep. The alarm sounded shrill and unbroken, like a rusted knife scraping against a steel plate. Are they onto me? Don't panic. White Stork, stay calm. Think. Oh, she's White Stork. The young woman pulled the baby closer and ran through the ship's layout in her mind. Then she pushed against the surge of passengers and sprinted toward the upper deck. And Cordelia was looking for White Stork. And they're on the same... Oh wait, no. The Rainbow Bridge base. The Katanine was completing its final preparations before setting out on the rescue operation at sea. Portside life raft! Check him again! Noise swallowed the deck. Supply crates collided and snagged the crew's frantic steps, and safety prompts rang out louder than the muffled shouts. Ani, visibly annoyed, prodded at his ear. How many can the freshwater reserves cover? Run the numbers, now! You plan on helping, or are those arms just for show? On the bridge, Captain Gunner stood before the window, a stream of reports flowing into his ear through the comm channel one after another. Commander Gunner, classified directive on the secure line. A buzz ran through Gunner's terminals simultaneously. The moment he recognized the encrypted frequency, his expression sank. Line by line, he read the directive, his features tightening with each word. All hands listen up. The rescue op is scrubbed. New objective, the Atlantis Research Facility. Midway through checking the watertight door readings, Cordelia's head snapped upward. Her heart started hammering against her ribs. No one hesitated. The crew acknowledged the shift in command and surged back into frantic activity. Rainbow Bridge was Atlantis' covert outpost, a fact that was no secret among its senior officers. We are to extract Atlantis' research personnel immediately. This overrides all previous missions. Recalculate supplies. Plot a new route. In the prep bay, Larson received the deployment orders and ran his fingers anxiously over the surface of his equipment box. What about the ships out there? We're just abandoning them? Will anyone else go? Cordelia wore a troubled, tight-lipped expression. Orders are orders, rookie. The Katanine had already set sail. Back at the base, Cordelia had been left behind, and she was giving Larson a thorough earful as he hunched dutifully over his workstation. Let's run through the maintenance checklist. She blinked and then spoke the verse she had quietly caught someone reciting before. Spine of alloy. Can you hear it? The sharp snap of one bolt twisting into the world's bone. Please, no more of my poems. I'll take deep-sea geological structures and engineering response at this point. Just, please. Calon's book? Reciting that on an open channel. You act like a scaredy cat, but you've actually got some nerve. Hey, are you alright? The violent coughing and pained, shuddering breaths went on for a long, long time. Cordelia gave a small wave of her hand, and the mechanical potted plant rose into the air, floating gently into her arms. Are you feeling alright? You mentioned before about some kind of cybernetic enhancement. Yeah, because... Her voice caught for a moment. And my family cared about me very, very much. Her lips twisted into a sardonic smile. To stay alive like this, my body went through some special modifications. And if it weren't for me, Professor Callan would never have been dragged into any of this mess. In the empty special care ward, a pale little girl gazed out the window with an expressionless, faraway look. Miss Cordelia, jeez. The injuries you suffered in the incident were catastrophic. Beyond even divine intervention, I'm afraid. Conventional treatment has nothing left to offer you. But the family head is deeply concerned. The moment our experimental program broke through, your name was the first on our lips. I promise you this new procedure will make you perfectly indistinguishable from any healthy individual. It will be nothing more than a minor, special modification. Mr. Aris Erhorn speaks very highly of your courage. The girl turned her head and stared at him with a strange, unreadable look. So not even the gods can fix me, but you can. That makes you greater than the gods, doesn't it? He's deeply concerned. A sardonic smile curved across the child's soft young features. No. I beg your pardon. I said no. Absolutely not. Just then, the ward door was flung open, and a young man in a lab coat strode in. Kurono-san's smile turned a fraction more genuine. His fingers twitched, and a message slipped out. Dr. Kalon, your reputation precedes you. At long last in the flesh. He reached out, smiling, yet Kalon bypassed the gesture completely and plucked the data pad straight from his hand. Show me the modification plan. You know as well as I do. Miss Cordelia's body can't hold out much longer. This is truly the best course of action. Kalon paged quickly through the concise modification plan. I have no objection to the rest of this, but this section. Where's the experimental data to back it? These methods are unheard of. That data. Well, we obtained some rather fascinating results from a separate project. It happened to align with the Erhorn family's research interests, so we borrowed a few insights. What project? Another venture fully funded by Kurono Katella. Forgive me, Dr. Kalon. That's strictly confidential. His expression was so perfectly natural that it seemed as if he had simply let the words slip by accident. Naturally, I could consult Mr. Erhorn and have the complete plan made available for your review. Strictly confidential, but you'd show it to me. Of course. A voice came through the terminal, and Kurono-san's expression turned feverish with excitement. Soon afterward, Kalon was led into the hospital's private lounge, standing face to face with Arias. Damn. You've reviewed the materials. What's your assessment? If every piece of data in theory holds up, the feasibility is undeniable. But the provenance of this research troubles me. A perfectly valid concern, and one quite easily put to rest. Come work with us, Kalon. Fear and doubt are simply what we feel before we understand. If Cordelia's safety weighs on you so heavily, then join us. Help refine the experiment yourself. I believe your talents will contribute something unexpected to our efforts, and in doing so, grant Cordelia a future. Doubt still lingered on Kalon's face. You're currently working on quantum communication encryption, yes? Dominic mentioned your name before. Dominic knows who I am. We're a team. Though you're welcome to imagine a stronger connection between us if you like. We're quite familiar with your work. The man-in-series robots proved essential to the Atlantic Eye's construction. Cordelia's condition aligns remarkably well with this procedure. Do you appreciate just how fortunate that is? Dr. Kalon, Mr. Dominic and I have devoted ourselves to guiding human civilization toward the heights it deserves. We need others who share that purpose. Take some time to consider the offer. Kalon walked out with more extensive research files. Mr. Erhorn, is Mr. Dominic aware of this experiment? All he got was an indifferent glance. Cordelia never discovered what ultimately pushed Kalon into Erhorn's team. She could not bring herself to ask, and the unspoken guilt had tormented her quietly to this very day. I didn't want the procedure, not at first. I was just a child back then. And you know, children are afraid of pain. But everyone around me said the same thing. You have to live. You have to keep going. So I decided if I was going to survive, I'd do it with everything I had. She remembered the way the light had streamed into the ward, clear and weightless, making it feel like everything was still brimming with hope. Cordelia, your body can't hold out much longer. This might be your only chance to stay alive. Staying alive? Mom said the same thing, that I have to survive. But why? What's the point of living? Alana hesitated. Such a question had never crossed his mind as one a child would pose. And now the young scientist stood there, unable to offer a truth plain enough for a child to hold on to. The point of living is living itself. Breathing, eating, feeling happy about something, waiting for the sun to come up tomorrow. Every one of those is a reason for living, Cordy. And if that answer is not good enough for you, if you really want to know the truth, then you'll have to live long enough to find it. Hey, Larson, if you ever find the answer to what makes life worth the trouble, write it into a poem for me. Me? Cordelia pulled herself from the memory and made a sour face. Actually, you're right. Never mind. I didn't say anything. I'll work at it, okay? A rare flash of youthful defiance crossed the timid engineer's face. Then he hesitated and fumbled to offer her some comfort. Having a body like a machine, it doesn't have to be a bad thing. I'd rather have flesh and bone. This body's all experimental prototypes. It needs constant care. Honestly, it's more fragile than the real thing. Larson found himself unable to answer, the words failing him completely. Where are you from? He gave the name of a small northern island. I see. Same hometown as the base commander. That explains why they didn't mind picking up a rookie. Larson's face flushed bright red. You're here too, aren't you? Not like they just take anyone. A complicated smile crossed Cordelia's face. Me? I'm different. I'm an Urhorn. Is there a single corner of this ocean that would say no to me? You're here because you studied under Dr. Calon. You're good at what you do. Cordelia remembered the forged appointment documents, and the complicated smile on her face soured into bitterness. The Urhorn name gets you a lot further than being some doctor's pupil. Look, I know engineering wasn't your dream, but I pulled your file. Your grades on the core courses were not bad at all. Though a few of these... How did you almost fail? Miss Urhorn, please, just go back to reading my poems. Alright, back to work. Where were we on the checklist? Let's pick it up. Right. Larson pulled himself together and resumed checking the data in his hands. Fuel reserves at 84% rated capacity. At current speed, remaining range approximately 2,800 nautical miles. Ballast water currently at 1240 tons. GM value 0.91 meters. Stop there. Is something wrong? Given the declared total displacement, what should the theoretical draft be? Larson ran through the numbers quickly on paper. Should be around 6.1 meters. Something was off. Cordelia had not cross-checked the precise data, but judging by the vessel's trim and the waterline against the hull, the actual draft ran noticeably deeper than the theoretical values. The ship had to be carrying something far beyond what the manifest recorded. Larson, cross-check the rest of the manifests. Look for anything that doesn't match up. All of them? Where do I even start? Food stores, spare parts, or... Start with weapons. Pull the ordnance manifest. On it. Larson pulled out the records without delay. Cordelia scanned the list from top to bottom. The initial items looked standard, yet as she continued, the irregularities grew harder to ignore. MR-28 heavy wire guided torpedoes, MK-9 depth charges, barely any rescue supplies to speak of, but enough heavy weapons to start a small war. God, is this a rescue mission or are we sailing into a war? The rookie engineer grasped the seriousness of what they were seeing. and all color drained from his face. That's enough on the cargo. Larson, can you pull the ship's comm logs? I don't have that kind of clearance. A chair was dragged across the floor on the other side. The young marine engineer lowered himself into it, rose again, and finally returned to his place before the workstation. Alright, I could try going through the maintenance backend. In theory, I'd be able to access the raw transmission logs. But if anyone catches us, then I did it. That's not exactly reassuring. Just do it. Okay. Moments later, the communications log spread across Larson's screen. From what I'm seeing, no distress signal from Atlantis. I checked 5 times. Not just no distress signal. There's nothing from Atlantis. Not even a single transmission. Of course, there was nothing. At Rainbow Bridge, the pale light of the holographic display cast across Cordelia's impassive face as she scrolled through Atlantis' external logs, accessed with Urhorn family clearance. Atlantis was still in its submerged cruising phase. So what was the Cutanine, a ship flying the flag of a rescue operation and heading straight for Atlantis, truly after? Nothing good. That much I'd bet on. On the bridge of the Cutanine, Linde methodically delivered the current navigation status report to Captain Gunner. Captain, current speed 13.2 knots. Fuel reserves holding steady. Stay sharp on the sea, state alerts. Oops. The ocean's falling apart out there. We're throwing every man we've got at a bunch of lab coats tucked safe and sound in their research base. Guess not every life weighs the same on the scale. Ani. Base commander silenced him with a stern, cutting voice. A soldier's duty is to complete the mission. Linde's face betrayed nothing as she kicked Ani's legs off the back of Sieg's chair. Sieg scratched his head awkwardly. Stop acting like a brat. Knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Larson poked half his body through the doorway, his mouth opening and closing with nervous hesitation. Captain Gunner, Engineering Advisor Cordelia requests your attention. She's asking you to switch to her comm channel. Huh? What does the princess want now? Linde delivered another swift kick to him. Larson's gaze darted anxiously from face to face, and he looked ready to pass out at any moment. She's got you playing messenger now, rookie? Sieg, switch the channel. Commander Gunner, I hope I'm not interrupting. There's something that falls under my role as the engineering advisor, but doesn't quite feel like my place to ask. May I? As Cordelia Urhorn, I doubt you hear the word no very often. I don't intend to change that, not with the family name you bear. Go on. I've heard far worse from the Blue Bloods. You're wasting your breath. Now answer me this, Captain Gunner. Why is the Cutanine carrying firepower well beyond the declared manifest? Where are you really going? And what exactly are you planning to do? We're heading to Atlantis to execute our mission. You're the engineering supervisor, nothing more. Leave command decisions to me. Then give me a reason I can believe. All weapons loadouts for this mission were assessed and approved. We're following orders. That's it. I wonder, do your loyal crew members know what those orders actually are? You do well to watch your tone with the captain on duty, Miss Urhorn. Ani straightened his posture, his eyes flickering with confusion. Captain Gunner, you climbed the ranks of the Transatlantic Joint Fleet. Private all the way to captain. No one questions your record as a soldier. Right and wrong. A man like you should still know the difference. I checked the logs of similar rescue missions. Reloaded this time. It's way beyond standard protocol. Sir, are we really going to rescue anyone? Captain Gunner, I hear you've been filing transfer requests back to the Arctic Route Union for 5 years now. None of them ever went through. What are you implying? That I cut some dirty deal? No. You're not the one I suspect, Captain. It's the Erhorn family I don't trust. I know exactly how they calculate human lives into necessary costs, better than you ever will. Dressing up something ugly in noble words, that's always been their specialty. And I happen to carry their name. I've spent my whole life watching people get erased under the banner of the greater good. I don't want to watch you or anyone on the ship walk into the same trap. You're the captain. Every choice you make ripples through everyone under your command. Larson comes from the same northern island as you, the home you've been trying to go back to all these years. Look at him. I know your beliefs. I know the sagas about honor and glory in battle. Now look this young man in the eye and tell me, is what you're about to lead him into something righteous? Gunnar said nothing more, his protests dying on his lips. A classified order came through on my terminal. Linde's head jerked upward. Enter Atlantis under the cover of a rescue mission. Secure all personnel and research assets. Use of force authorized if necessary. That sounds about right. Exactly their style. A brief, dark stillness fell over the bridge. Gunnar took in the sight of Linde's pursed lips, Ani's knitted brow, the flicker of uncertainty on the younger crew members' faces. We're leaving people to die out there so we can rob a bunch of eggheads? Because the higher-ups want control? Want the research? Captain Gunnar, they're using you, all of you. You're just pieces on their board. Anyway, these are the orders I received. But when we raise our weapons and face the innocent, we still have the right to aim a little higher. Captain, we're not machines built to enforce tyranny. Boss, the sea's a mess out there. Communications are spotty. Wouldn't be hard to argue we never got the order. No disrespect, sir. Defying orders means a court-martial. You all ready to throw your futures away? Sir, I didn't go to FOS for a future. And I didn't come here for one either. The young cadet had eyes as clear as a northern fjord. It's winter now. The rescue window is closing fast. Distress signals around Rainbow Bridge are flooding in, several times past any record we have. Sir, we're almost out of time. The young marine engineer looked around the room, then spoke up with clear hesitation. We're soldiers, aren't we? All the young service members shifted their gaze to Gunnar. Larson's question hung in the air unanswered. Gunnar bowed his head and released a deep, heavy breath. Linde, Sieg, Ani, soldiers Gunnar had commanded for years. Not one of them stood with him now. They only watched their captain in silence. Gunnar had never imagined a day like this would come, a day when every last one of them was waiting for him to change his mind. Actions need reasons. Pretty words won't change a damn thing. You understand that? Boss, I still remember what happened 5 years ago at the Atlantic Eye. That accident at the dam, we were just running perimeter patrol back then. I was barely more than a rookie on deck. When the call came in, you didn't hesitate. You told us to rescue the engineering crew first. Hang on a second. Sorry about that. There was a fly buzzing around. Just had to try and get it. Anyways, when the call came in, you didn't hesitate. You told us to rescue the engineering crew first. And what did it get you? Everything at the Atlantic Eye is classified. They slapped you with a confidentiality breach and stuck you at this post for 5 whole years. Sounds like you already know the price of defying orders. And now they hand us another mission. I still think you made the right call back then. We've served under you all this time. You really think we don't know the kind of man you are? Boss, take us out there. Lead us towards something we can actually be proud of. Ani stared straight at Gunnar, his look unshaken. Under the weight of that fierce, burning stare, Gunnar dipped his head and adjusted his cap. After all these years under my wing, instead of picking up anything good, you just had to learn every last one of my bad habits. Gunnar's lips curved into a weary yet deeply relieved smile. Log entry. Begin recording. Due to severe sea conditions, the Cuttanine's communication system has suffered a critical failure. Contact with command has been lost. Under the Transatlantic Joint Fleet Emergency Protocols, command authority transfers to the ship's captain, effective immediately. Priority is reassigned to maritime search and rescue. Odin sent his ravens into the mortal realm as vessels of wisdom, but he feared they would wander too far and forget themselves in distant skies, or never come home at all, severing wisdom from its source. But this ordinary man always had companions at his side, ravens who showed him the way. The strength of a soldier was not meant for squalid power struggles. Squalid? It was meant for a soldier's true duty. We do what we're supposed to do, for honor and for duty. Or it's the right thing to do. Ooh, noise adrift. The ocean keeps its silence, answering only with the steady hush of the waves. Yeah, no, this chapter is definitely really long. It's been almost 4 hours, and I'm only on the 6th node. So what I'll do is this. I'll finish node 6, and maybe I'll finish node 7, then call it a night, and then try to get the rest of this first half done tomorrow. Noise adrift. The ocean keeps its silence, answering only with the steady hush of the waves. In the still of the night, the wet, tearing sound of something gnawing through flesh and bone travels far on the sea wind before sinking into the dark water below. The sea sways the ship on her course, and the waves sway the dreams of those aboard. Ooh. Afternoon sunlight falls through the leaves, dappling the blue rippled glass table. Cotton candy and a banana split sit there, washed out like overexposed film. The clown stands farther off, gripping a tight bundle of vivid balloons like a bouquet waiting to be mailed into the heavens. This is just that poem. Where is this? It feels so warm. She rests in the softest embrace imaginable, held by a woman with blurred features, humming a quiet tune. The world dissolves into a bright, weightless swirl of color that sways with the distant melody, rising and falling like the endless surge of waves until every sense is swallowed. I know this. I know this song. A song she must have heard countless times, yet it leaves no mark on her memory. A low, resonant wail call cuts through the murmured lullaby, swallowing every other sound until only a sharp, piercing ring remains. The frequency churns through Katanina's mind once again. That cold, phantom grip tightens around her heart, squeezing her very soul, relentless as a ghost. The nightmare is closing in fast. It hurts. Meanwhile, you are dozing at the helm when the quiet sea chart blinks with a blue alert. You have entered the designated mission area. The Balder has reached the Jormungandr node coverage zone. Jormungandr. Jormungandr. An unfamiliar frequency slips silently into the captain's cabin. Karenina's brow furrows as she sleeps. Some long dormant program stirs to life and begins parsing the signal, translating the droning hum into a sharp, distinct auditory feedback. The noise drives into her auditory module like a needle. The soft lullaby in her dream distorts into a vicious, grating noise. Karenina jolts awake, her chest heaving with ragged breaths. An alarm is wailing from her terminal, and she cannot tell how long it has been crying out. Warning: frame sync rate anomaly detected. Immediate attention required. Question mark? The clatter of falling objects yanks you from a shallow sleep. Without hesitation, you bolt toward the captain's cabin only a few strides away. Karenina forces herself upright, but the sharp, searing pain lancing through her mind throws off her arm's aim, and she knocks over the bedside stand. Push open the door. Karenina! My head. It hurts. Karenina lies curled on the bed, her hand pressed hard against her forehead in pain. The instant she hears your voice, she reaches out on pure instinct, like a frightened little animal seeking comfort. Establish mind connection. With a familiar mind connection locked in place, you exhale in quiet relief and start to carefully examine Karenina's mind. A jagged, stabbing pain shoots through the connection between you. The ache pulses outward from your forehead, foreign and invasive. The moment she feels the harm bleeding into you, Karenina wrests herself free of the agony and cuts the connection herself. Wait, don't connect with me yet. You'll feel it too. She runs a quick diagnostic on herself. Frame sync rates off, mind deviation, normal. How the hell is that normal? I'll contact the Science Council. It is the most standard procedure, but the moment the words leave your mouth, the reality hits. With communication still compromised, getting any help from Babylonia is nearly impossible. The last time something like this happened, it was... The image of that strange mechanical potted plant, the one that soothed the anomalies in Karenina's frame, surfaces in your mind. Karenina, wait here for a second. 20 minutes later, the captain's cabin is crammed with people. Karenina sits stiffly on her bed, the mechanical potted plant clutched in her arms, looking for all the world like a young girl hugging a comfort doll after a nightmare. The potted plant remains quiet, its indicator light breathing in and out at a steady rhythm, as if it has long accepted its role as a silent, clumsy companion. Karenina's gaze moves from the worried faces of her junior crew to Lucia and Lee immersed in their diagnostics, and then settles on you with an expression of pure, sulking accusation. You all saw me like this. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Commandant, the results match Karenina's own diagnostics. There's nothing wrong with the frame itself. As for the noise, same as the whale call from before. None of our equipment registered anything. The root cause is in her mind, but there's no deviation reading this time. When you initiate a connection, the protection protocols flag it immediately. But somehow, this strange plant manages to ease the symptoms. Lucia, who arrived as soon as word reached her, retrieves the mechanical potted plant from some forgotten corner of the deck. The moment you set it beside Karenina, her frame's anomalies begin to fade. Didn't the boss's frame take a detour through TEC territory? What if those guys messed with it? Sensing all eyes suddenly fixed on him, Larson freezes in place. I'm just a nobody here. You can watch me 24/7 if you want, but I swear I had nothing to do with this. Screw it. I'm taking that thing apart again. Lira. Crazy sale on... Crazy? Are you calling me crazy? And it's Karenina. Nina. Rira. Nina. Na. 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 Ra. Ra ra. Na. Rarana my ass. Your name's Rarana. Your whole damn family's Rarana. Rarana. She's screaming at a potted plant. A literal potted plant that can't even talk. And here I thought the engineering force was a war zone because of the vice captain. Shut up. Shut up right now. He presses his fingers to his brow, looking worn down. The safest move is to turn back. Take Karenina and this potted plant back to Babylonia. Do get a full workup done. Lucia's eyes move from Karenina to Lee, and she gives him a silent negative shake. She's not going back. I can't just leave. This frame was purpose-built for marine engineering. How am I supposed to bail when things are at their worst? Everything's on fire out here. This is exactly when the engineering force matters most. Some captain I'd be if I just ran. Karenina sweeps her gaze around the room. Besides, comms are shot. You really want to deal with calling in a return trip and scrubbing the whole mission? That's not who I am. Father's only escorting part of the way anyway. Final stops the Atlantic Eye. You don't need to worry about me. I'll make it there alone if I have to. Karenina reels off a string of reasons in a single breath. But, Captain, your frame still needs fixing. That? It's just a little pain. Nothing I can't handle. Stop making a big deal out of nothing. As if sharing a single thought, Lee and Lucia turn their eyes to you. Grey Raven has faced this very situation more times than any of you can count. That fierce need to protect, no matter the danger to yourself. Every one of you understands that feeling from the inside. Nod. The potted plant can ease the symptoms. We'll use it as a control variable and keep observing. We need to do this step anyway, even back at Babylonia. And whether this new noise is connected to the whale call from before, we need more data before we can say anything definitive. As for safety, I'll do a full teardown and inspection. Karenina hesitates for a moment and draws a deep breath. No need to tear it apart. We'll just monitor it. I already looked inside last time. It's Grandpa's work. Not just similar. I'm pretty sure he really made this one. I'd recognize his touch anywhere. Then it's settled. I'll knock out these repeater replacements fast, get military comms back up, and deal with everything else after. Karenina turns to look at you. Do what you think is best. I'm with you. I trust you. With a look of quiet triumph, the construct girl lifts the mechanical potted plant. Rarana, your sorry little life is mine now. From here on out, you call me boss. Rarana? You got a problem? Rarana, boss? Boss Karenina. Kalerira. Ah, I'm gonna lose it. Cute. Sunlight sprinkles the sea with tiny shards of gold. The Balder sails steadily across the blue, its hull rocking in a slow, gentle rhythm. From the highest deck, you watch the cable-laying cruise vessel at work within a 2-mile spread of open water. Deep dive unit has reached the designated coordinates. Captain requests permission to commence maintenance. Hadania's eyes sweep across the real-time data on her terminal. She parts her lips to reply, but a sudden swell of dizziness surges through her, and the edges of her sight flare with harsh white light. The world drains of color for a single second. She tightens her fingers around the communicator, silently forcing the roiling discomfort down. After a few rapid blinks, and everything steadies again. Captain? The crew member who looks back for Kadenia's nod sees nothing out of the ordinary. All clear. Execute. On it. Ever since they pushed deeper into the central Atlantic to begin the repair replacements, the odd disturbances in Kadenia's mind have grown steadily more frequent. Once this mission's over, I'll have Asimov give me a full checkup. Kadenia takes a long, steadying breath and pulls herself together. Alphabet, pop quiz. Huh? You think you can swap in the second-gen quantum repeater and keep the first-gen unit intact while you're at it? Captain, even standard protocol isn't this brutal. Standard protocol is for standard people. The engineering force has its own standards. The engineering force is a war zone, remember? Oh, so that's what this is about? You're terrifying, Captain. I told you to shut up. What's the situation at the Northern Node? Northern Node replacement is on track, Captain. We've got real-time confirmation. With the Southern Node, still nothing. Nothing? Is your comm equipment down? Did we try shortwave? Laser? The Southern Node, Fenrir, is where Mara's team is positioned. Captain, putting it simply, we've lost contact with the Southern Node completely. Given the state of the sea right now, going completely dark is an alarming omen. Could just be lag. Military bans have been patchy worldwide. Maybe we give it another day? I don't think we have another day. Can we pull the Northern Node's logs from the last few days? All anomaly reports get forwarded to Hell up north for review. If something went wrong in the south, it should show up there. I'm in the Northern Node's log cache now. Last timestamp from Fenrir. 28 hours ago. Status, no anomaly. We'll wait a little longer. Alphabet. Signal status on the Southern Node every 3 hours. If there's anything, you tell me immediately. Me? You're the one with the most free time? Kadenia turns back and resumes monitoring the undersea repeater maintenance, her fingers idly tracing the edges of a second-generation replacement unit. On the translucent display, a 3D seabed map rotates in slow motion, with live data from the deep dive unit scrolling in steady streams. The repeater swap progresses without issue. But as the day's work winds down and the final glow of sunset sinks below the water, the comms panel for the Southern Node remains completely dead. I hope everything's alright. I hope. I fumbled on my word. The Southern Node, 1 day ago. Rows of containment crates were stacked along the walls of the damp, chilled prep room. Inside one of them rested a faulty first-generation repeater, just hauled up from the seabed. It's crystallized. It had already been cleaned, labeled, and dismantled, yet the outer plating still bore stubborn traces of crimson crystalline residue, clinging like dried blood. Right then, let's go over it one more time. Years of scientific work had ingrained in Mara the habit of checking and rechecking her data. She had never grown comfortable with the newer procedures and still relied on the clumsy, meticulous methods she had learned in her youth. The results of her re-examination largely matched what had been reported earlier. Next, the quantum decoherence spectrum from crystal degradation. A long pause stretched before she finally spoke again. Log. I've identified an anomalous spike within a specific frequency band of the quantum decoherence spectrum. The spike sat precisely at the boundary of normal fluctuation, Most researchers would have dismissed it as an acceptable margin of error. Perhaps that was why it had slipped through the initial monitoring undetected. The safety assessment system had raised no alarm, but this was not the first time Mara had seen a spike pattern like this. It was the last time Kalon had ever set foot in the Quantum Communications Research Center. "This is a spike that shouldn't exist." Those were the last words he spoke before walking out of that lab. Mara tidied her hair again, took a steadying breath, and pushed open the door to the laboratory. "Dr. Kalon, your coffee's here." "Oh, I was wrong. This is Mara." "Oh, just like your normal NPC." "Oh, I thought the green-haired lady with the glasses at the beginning holding the baby was Mara." "Then I wonder who that lady is." "Oh, Mara, how many times do I have to tell you? It's Kalon. Same alma mater. The same alma mater. Remember? No need to stand on ceremony." The young man hurriedly took the coffee from her hands, then ducked back behind his desk and gathered up a tall stack of papers. Mara stepped aside, a little at a loss, and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear with a nervous, self-conscious gesture. "Sorry to bother you, but I need all of this destroyed. Would you give me a hand?" Sure. Are those failed experiment data?" It did not seem that way at all, because Kalon's expression at that moment could only be described as radiant with excitement. "No, this is a spike that shouldn't exist. My dear, it might be bad news for our quantum repeater project, but who could have imagined this?" The word caught her off guard and her eyes widened. "Don't worry, your quantum repeater will be fine. But this is a miracle, Mara. I have to tell Arias right now." The young man pulled the door open and strode out. "A spike that shouldn't exist." Mara stared after him, dumbstruck, as he swept out of the room like a sudden gust of wind. A long moment passed before her eyes finally fell to the documents awaiting destruction. Kalon's handwriting was wild and scrawling, and she seared every word on that page into her memory. The coherence time measurement curve of the quantum memory showed a spike that should never be there. Normal impurity decoherence spectra were broad and smooth, but this one showed a sharp, isolated peak, its position matching precisely the nuclear spin flip resonance frequency of a particular isotope. Some isotope. In the prep room of the southern node, Mara snapped back to reality. It had taken her many, many years to finally learn the name of that isotope. Ytterbium 174X3. I wonder if that's an actual word. Ytterbium, huh? Ah! Ytterbium 174. Isotopes of ytterbium. Chemical element. Ytterbium 174 isotope, used for research in nuclear physics, metallurgical, and chemical experiments. Knowledge is power. She had been chasing that silhouette for so long, and this was a truth she had spent just as many years hunting down. Log. Anomalous readings approaching critical thresholds, occurring at regular intervals. Extreme caution should be exercised. Assessment. System safety evaluation criteria for this category are no longer reliable. Mara acted without delay, adjusting the parsing parameters and working to pull more pieces from the damaged log files. At last, she managed to restore a small part recorded just before the old network went down. It's been here this long? Then When did it start? She needed more data to back up her instincts. I'm out of time. I need something faster. The most straightforward approach was to salvage an intact first-generation quantum repeater from the seabed and run a direct comparison. Oh wait, actually, thinking about it now, maybe that one NPC sprite that was used for Mara was like young Mara, and then fast forward to the green-haired Mara that was holding the baby. I don't know. I'm still thinking about that. But under the current operational protocols, any repeater pulled during replacement would inevitably be broken down. Besides, they had all been heavily damaged in the crisis to begin with. If there's a conspiracy behind this, the damage itself is probably part of it. New verification protocols, destroying evidence. The Science Council? The Cosmos Technicians Union? Which one? Mara's gaze settled on the second-generation quantum repeaters still waiting to be swapped. She had been there for the entire journey, from the labs of the Transatlantic Economic Community to the institutes of the Cosmos Technicians Union, through every stage of the first and second-generation repeater development. These devices, intended for global deployments, share a common lineage. The people, the core technologies, even the materials had all come from the same roots. What if that anomalous spike no one ever cared about? What if it's in the second-gen repeaters too? An icy dread shot up her spine and flooded her mind. If her hypothesis held true, then the colossal fiber optic network laid across the entire ocean floor, an information grid built by all of humanity's combined strength, had been carrying a fatal, unseen flaw from the very beginning. Every operation currently unfolding on these waters was doing nothing more than driving that long-hidden danger deeper into the seabed. I keep thinking the world can't possibly get worse, and it keeps proving me wrong. Mara shot up from her desk and burst into the outer room. A trainee technician who had been nodding off on duty almost leapt out of her chair, barely catching the files before they scattered to the floor. Professor? Shanini, tear down that second-gen repeater and run a full diagnostic. The young girl stiffened to attention and delivered a perfect naval salute. Yes, ma'am. Professor Mara, where are you going? She watched as Mara shrugged on her coat, pushed the door wide, and strode purposefully toward the deck. Out to sea. I need a few intact first-gen repeaters. The sea wind wailed against the Fenrir node in the dark, carrying the wet, heavy reek of salt. It was the season when temperate storms showed their ugliest face. Dark, heavy clouds pressed down over the entire sea. Only when the sun begins to rise do the cries of seabirds return some life to the world. Come on, say something. Karenina shoves everything off the table in one go and holds Rarana upside down by its little feet. So you do have other expressions. I upgraded your voice module. You should be able to talk normally now. Go on, say it. Boss. Captain. Where do you think we're headed? Huh? Let's go get some fries on the pier. KCF, crazy sail on... Karenina slams her fist down onto Rarana's biosphere with a solid thump. Ow! Kalarira. Boss, Captain, your greatness. What? That's not... Fine, I'll take it. Grey Raven's two seasoned soldiers let out a long, silent breath in unison. Captain, latest sync call complete. Still no response from the southern node. But I need to put down Rarana, her expression turning grave. A thick, oppressive stillness falls over the bridge again. She quickly combs through the northern node's anomaly log database but finds no mention of anything unusual to the south. Donut. Something's off with the mission reports for the cable landing stations. Let me take a look. Most squads that completed their mission successfully didn't mention any TEC technicians stationed on site. A few did, but noted the personnel were away on temporary assignment. These landing stations are inside TEC territory. And their people just vanished? That makes no sense. And it doesn't follow reporting protocol either. But command didn't flag anything. So whatever's happening, it looks clean on paper. Are these the only missions with gaps? Lee, cross-reference the cable landing station personnel data. Go back 10 years. Understood. Running it now. The land stations that survived this crisis, their TEC technicians started being resigned 5 to 6 years ago, reassigned. By the time comms went dark, all personnel had been pulled. Every record clean, every procedure compliant. Each individual entry looks fine, but when you lay them all out, you can't just look at the anomalies. Pull the clean logs from the northern node. Katanina and Lee catch on immediately, springing into action. These logs from the southern node, right before the old network collapsed. They were flagged as normal, but... Something wrong, Lee? 1 to 5% decoherence in the spectrum is technically normal and within the safety threshold. But these periodic microfluctuations, they don't read like natural noise to me. I can't say for sure. It could be a hardware issue. We need to run further. All heads snap around. No one noticed when it happened, but Katanina has already worked her fingers into the gap of a first-gen quantum repeater shell. With a single forceful wrench, the casing cracks open. Why waste time on guessing around? Just crack the damn thing open and look. We engineering force types are pretty meticulous. We kept a few intact first-gen units around just for situations like this. Thanks, Captain. A single sweep of her gaze across the internal structure, and Katanina recognizes the familiar hand behind it. The neat, disciplined arrangement of modules, the specific way the components link together. Grandpa. Katanina runs her fingertips gently over the metal casing and tucks away the brief warmth of nostalgia and shifts back into working mode. She brings up a portable quantum state analyzer, aims the probe at the entanglement source crystal, and scans each component layer by layer. As the internal structure takes shape across the screen, her brow froze tight. Something's off with the crystal. Katanina's eyes drop back to the repeater's interior. Bathed in blue light, the entanglement source crystal looks clear and pure, yet within it lies something that does not belong. Lee, I need your help. The gear on this ship isn't enough for this kind of analysis. The results come back quickly. The entanglement source crystal has been doped with minuscule traces of a special isotope, one that does not appear in any known database. Concentration is extremely low, not nearly enough to alter the crystal's macro level performance. It sails through every standard quality check, and it's impossible to catch during fabrication. The only thing it does is bump up the entangled photon decoherence rate. Just barely, still well within the theoretical margin of error. Easy to dismiss as intrinsic loss. So it flies right under the monitoring systems. That's the most likely scenario. Entangled pair generation and distribution stay unaffected, so the protocol reads fully operational across the board. And no one noticed for all this time. What's the damage? Quantum comms are supposed to be unconditionally secure. With this crap in the mix, that security is about as solid as wet paper. In simple terms, anyone who knows how to work the algorithm could reverse a significant chunk of the original encryption key. Are you saying our military communications have been exposed this entire time? We can't reverse the full key directly, but with long-term statistical analysis, they can steadily reduce the key's uncertainty. With enough power, you can make a brick fly. All it needs is enough data. It's a probabilistic eavesdropping method. Then, what about the second-gen repeaters? Who knows? If someone's been tampering with since the first generation, I wouldn't be shocked if... Karenina's face tightens with focus, a small preparatory grunt escaping her lips. You turn at the sound and find, just as expected, the construct girl already prying open a second-generation repeater with practiced ease. They added extra reinforcement, a little tougher than the first gen. Same problem in the entanglement source crystal. And this generation ties into standard fiber optics too, so everything gets caught in the same net. A sharp, sudden ring floods her ears, and for a moment, the world plunges into total silence. Karenina shakes her head roughly, and the deadened sounds gradually stir back to life. Reframe. Other than a few hardware upgrades I already knew about, I'm not seeing much else. But these are second-gen repeaters manufactured by Babylonia. Even the Science Council didn't catch this? Who the hell could fool all of Babylonia? If the repeaters are compromised, what about the protocol they shipped with? Lee and Karenina both turn to you. The bundle, the Global Optimization Protocol? That came from the TEC. Everything happened too fast. We never finished our own version. Every piece locks into the next. Someone put real effort into this. A trap sitting right in front of us. Should we call it off then? Everyone understands there is no simple answer. Stop replacing the repeaters and the global network stays paralyzed, military communications left in the dark. Continue the work, and you risk handing the entire information backbone to an unidentified mastermind pulling the strings. Maybe we should ask the Science Council first? The southern node's already gone dark. With comms in the gutter, by the time the Science Council gets back to us from orbit, how many more people die down here? I'll make the call. I have authority for field decisions. The comms crisis has to be solved. That's why the engineering force is here. Trouble shows up, we deal with it. We have to neutralize the threat in the fiber optic network and restore the system. That's how we reconnect humanity and face what's coming next. Gramps had a pretty distinct style. They didn't change much between iterations. Most of the technical architecture carried over. I can figure this out. I can build a protocol relay, strip out anything that might be hiding a backdoor and block it at the software level. But the current protocol still can't be trusted. I'll handle that. When I left Babylonia, Teddy was still working on our unfinished version of the protocol. I brought it back up. Even better. That'll cut the time down significantly. I don't know the technical details as well, but we can't push this protocol across the entire ocean from one terminal, can we? No. Besides the mid-range loop at Jormungandr that we're handling, we have to deliver the modified repeaters and the correct protocol to the southern node Fenrir and the northern node Hell. That's the only way to take back control. Then leave the route planning to me. As for who goes to which node, all eyes turn to you. Lucy and I will handle the planning. Karenina tightens her lips and looks toward the girl at her side. Thanks. I'll be okay, Karenina. Her gaze is bright and uncertain, resting calmly upon the distant horizon. Commandant's here. Everyone's here. We'll get this through. We'll get through this with you. I already know that. Who said I was worried? Alright. I've got work to do. And quit worrying about me, jeez. It's not like we're close or anything. And even if we are, it's just average close. So don't go acting all buddy-buddy with me. Lucia simply watches in silence as Karenina mutters her way out, then lifts her head and offers you a quiet smile. Karenina, cradling, The long silent Rarana in her arms, she makes her way up to the highest point of the ship. My frame's been acting weird. Are you really helping? Kare, Rira, go home. Not until the mission's done. She remembers Azimal's words from when she left Babylonia. What else awaits her on this ocean? The ocean keeps its silence, answering only with the steady hush of the waves. Ooh. Getting really... Oh. The water's back to being normal. Oh wow, it starts to rain after a while. And there are corrupta floating in the water. Lovely. What the seagull carried. Okay. So this will be the last node for tonight. It's really lengthy. Way more lengthy than I thought it would be. Whew. One hell of a reach right now. Hold on. Yeah. Them splitting this... them time gating this chapter is... definitely something. Okay. Yeah, last node for the night. And normally I don't stream on Sundays, but just to get this... just so I can get nodes 8 through 15 done, I'll do them tomorrow as well. But I don't know how long that'll take. It might be a really long time too. Because this right here is taking nearly 5 hours, and it's only like 7 nodes here. And like 8 through 15 is like how many? So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's another like 8 nodes. So if those next, those next 8 nodes from 8 to 15 tomorrow, if it's about the same length, or I imagine it'd be around like 6 hours long for tomorrow. Eesh. Anyway, what the seagull carried. To steal a treasure from the grip of a devil, she had to steal the devil's power first. North Atlantic, mid to late December, 2160. On the ship's deck, the cold drove the rescued survivors to huddle together, trying to wipe away the salt water and the fear still clinging to their skin. Pyroclastic debris from an undersea eruption had surged to the surface, and waves towering over 10 meters had flipped their vessels in moments. The base's rescue ship had only managed to pull a handful of survivors from the water. Most are holding up okay. Some injuries, probably hit by falling debris when the ships went over. Getting full count will take a while. The distress calls keep coming. Are we really the only rescue team out here? Where's the air support? Where the hell is everyone doing? Or what the hell is everyone else doing? Ani kept his voice low, his eyes traveling past the gunwale to the gray-shrouded horizon. The sea was not always merciful. Humanity hungered for her strength, so they shaped the current projects into reins, hoping to tame her fury as one might break a wild horse. From children learning the rules to sages who mastered them, and at last to new gods who rewrote them all together. Where's Alec? He was right behind us. He scanned the huddled survivors, looking for the face he knew. They were from the Fortuna, and they had been fortunate. A disrupted current had driven a mass of superheated water into the regular sea, swelling the hull until the welded seams split and seawater poured in. The breach was caught early. Almost no one was lost. But among the saved, his friend was not there. He's not here? Last I saw him, he said he was going back for his toolbox. Should have been fast. Bob A-152 already got it up to the deck. I can't find him anywhere. He didn't make it out? They exchanged a glance, then said nothing more. Given how fast the hull had been flooding, the Fortuna had likely gone under already. Soon, the naval vessel's personnel began counting heads and cataloging injuries. Alec's name was added to the missing list. That was all. No one, not even his friends, was foolish enough to ask to turn back. The tally continued without interruption. A mass of dark clouds churned across the distant sea line, fast approaching. The sight spoke of a storm, but Gunner's instincts told him otherwise. He believed it was a warning passed down through his bloodline. Alright, we're loaded. Let's go back. The sea was speaking a warning, and Gunnar, a man shaped by a lifetime on the water, knew better than to ignore it. A blast of the ship's whistle flung a seabird skyward, the wind catching beneath its wings and bearing it a far-off horizon, bearing it toward. The bird crossed above the half-sunken deck of the Fortuna. Down below, a BOP A-152 unit raised its gaze to follow the sound. Blood pattered down its metal arm. Sprawled on the deck was a young man in maintenance coveralls, his open toolkit beside him. His contents littered the deck, a scattered echo of the wound torn through his belly. Across the distant continent, celebratory salvos shattered into wails of agony. The calamity called, the punishing virus extended its brutal greetings to the arrogant human world. The new gods who had reached into forbidden places were granted an invitation to the filtering. On the winds, atmospheric rivers brought new arrivals without end to these seas. Humanity had not yet healed from the wounds of the Atlantic calamity, and already the shadow of the punishing virus was seeping into the pulse of the world. Rainbow Bridge Military Base, North Atlantic. Gunnar's unit had left first, and nearly all the remaining detachments were now scattered across the sea on rescue duty. Cordelia found herself working alongside Lumi out of necessity. Are these all distress calls? I've never seen them this dense before. On the monitor that marked distress calls, clusters of red dots multiplied with terrifying speed, crawling and pulsing across the entire sea like a malignant rash consuming healthy skin. This is way past anything the system predicted. Something's not right. She has sent out transmission after transmission for 30 minutes straight. Every single one went unanswered. It was as if this stretch of ocean had been erased from the map, forsaken by everyone beyond it. Still nothing? I tried reaching our instructors at FOS 2. I can't even get a link established. Lumi's eyes moved across the distress signals as they winked out one by one, like dying flaps of skin sloughing away. Her lips were clamped tight. Cordelia gave her a light pat on the head and pressed a fingertip to her knitted forehead until the tension eased. What's with the little old lady face? First apocalypse? Relax. You get the hang of it after a few. A few? What do you mean, a few? Lumi stared at Cordelia's beaming face for a few long seconds before it dawned on her that she was being teased. You can still crack jokes at a time like this, Miss Erhorn. You looked about 2 seconds away from passing out. Had to do something. Hey, Lumi. Your theory grades are pretty solid, right? Help me out with something. I need you to filter out the automated alerts, standard format stuff, and pull anything that was manually entered. Manual entries. Why those? Then extract the keywords and analyze the information. Let's try to figure out what's actually happening out there. Or are you planning to just sit here and wait for some commander or instructor to tell you what to do? Cordelia patted Lumi on the shoulder again and gave her a playful wink. Look, Lumi, if this is an apocalypse movie, you don't get to sit around waiting for someone to hand you the script. Here, take a look at this. The virtual panel she called up wavered badly, its display stuttering between light and dark. What am I looking at? Status map. Every hub node in the transatlantic fiber optic comm network. Normally, it'd be a clean blue and green web. Instead, we've got whatever the hell this is. Looks like a brain about to blow a fuse. Lumi stared transfixed at the gray-white blotches peeling across the display like shed snakeskin. But this system, isn't it classified? Huh? That's your takeaway? Fine. I'm from the awful Erhorn family. I'm one of the damn elites. I don't care about clearance levels, and my access is high enough to get me wherever I want. That fits your spoiled heiress stereotype nicely? Cordelia pulled a silly face at the young girl. Relax. This kind of system is read-only for me. No touching. It's not what I was... See this? It's the first node that went offline. The last log entry is a perfectly clean self-diagnostic. No error codes, no system alerts. It just... vanished without a warning. 17 minutes before it dropped, a clear command appeared in the offline log. The node executed a manual shutdown. Only a node's direct supervisor has that kind of clearance. And this isn't just one node. Almost every offline node follows one of two scripts. Either it dies without any warning at all, or it kills itself, fast and deliberate. Node shutdown requires the highest clearance level of any operation. This speed and this scope we're seeing right now, it shouldn't be possible, theoretically. And if a real disaster hit, the nodes should be opening up and screaming for backup, not going dark. So what we're looking at, it might not be human action at all, but some kind of natural disaster? I haven't figured that part out yet. Could be something hijacking their clearances. Cyber warfare, something like that. Whatever's happening, I doubt the mainland's faring much better. Probably why we can't get a comm link established. So, you want to figure out what caused all of this. A dam explosion and the current project's going offline? That doesn't explain any of this, of course. Cordelia's eyes lingered on the holographic node map, its lines shriveling like desiccated creepers. A seabird landed on the sill, shrieking. Lumi's attention slipped from her logging for a heartbeat. The bird's tail was soaked in red. It had flown far. All it needed now was a brief perch, a moment to comb the blood from its feathers. Blood? No visible injuries. So where did the blood... Hundreds of miles away, what was left of the blood surface, half a torso and little more, rocked in the pale spume behind a cargo ship. The vessel was the Golden Apple, sailing from the Arctic Route Union, now creeping at 3 knots through a scattered cortege of limbs. Cortege? Google time. That's my first thing. Cortege. Now, what's the meaning? Cortege. Retinue. Procession especially. Funeral procession. Procession of people who are walking or running in cars to a funeral. Group following and attending to some upcoming. Through a scattered cortege of limbs, procession of limbs. Really, just like a group. Yeah. I guess close thing to really compare this to would be a pile. Creatures that had once been men had been gutted by the propeller, the remains wrapped around the shaft, wafting underwater. Oh geez, jump scare. A corrupted, one of the deranged machines soon to be named so by a terrified humanity, leaned over the side and scanned the waves. It was hunting the human who had leaped for life. Below, a pale spine poked through the dark red tissue like a broken length of cable core. Damn. That's pretty graphic. A spray of blood from his severed body had shot high and struck a passing bird. All that remained of him beyond that floating wreckage were those few crimson stains, borne aloft and carried far from the nightmare below. That's really grim. Then the bird landed on a sill at Rainbow Bridge Base. Cordelia fixed her eyes on the seabird's blood-stained feathers, her expression unreadable. White Stork, where are you? Cordelia could not know whether White Stork remained trapped upon the ocean or had already slipped away to a distant, unbound shore. North Atlantic, 2160. Another piercing cry rang out as someone leaped into the sea. Inside the stairwell, screams and alarms wove together in a rolling tide, and every gasp of air felt viscous, as if the atmosphere had turned to sludge. The cold storage door, designed to keep everything out, swallowed most of the commotion, but the high, piercing screams still forced their way through the reinforced metal, reaching White Stork's ears. She was hiding in the deck galley's produce room. Near the door lay the frozen fish the head chef had meant for the evening banquet, and the head chef himself silent forever. The sound of machinery splitting a frozen fish was not so different from the sound it made splitting a person. The blade bit in and spun at high speed. Over the steady, orderly hum, everything inside the belly was reduced to slurry. Perhaps that was the only difference. Fish are quiet, but people. Outside, the screams of her own kind erupted once more. Humans begged, shrieked, and fought for their last ragged breaths. The same shrill, grinding noise accompanied them, so close it might as well have been inside her own skull. White Stork shuddered involuntarily, her eyes tightening around the baby in her grip. She knew that sound. Before the cold storage door had sealed her off from the world outside, she had watched the passenger get carved in two at the waist. Model Bob A152. Rotation speed 47,000 RPM. I'll need to recharge soon. If I can just hold out until then, I can make a run for the captain's cabin and get a distress call out. Just a little longer. The Bob A152 had been a capable all-purpose support machine before the man in line took over. Right up until 3 hours ago, when it decapitated its first human, it had remained the most beloved service robot available. It was agile and brightly colored, with a default voice that piped up like an eager child. Told to laugh, it would throw its arms up and whirl around in joyful circles. In the words of the barmaid from the deck bar, it looked like a crazy clown. Now, it really went crazy. Every intelligent machine on board had snapped. People fled and clawed past one another only to be caught and reduced to torn flesh, swaying from mechanical grips. White Stork had forced her way into the produce room and added her biometrics to the lock. The room, keyed now to biological signals alone, served as a makeshift refuge. A shriek of spinning blades continued without pause. White Stork hunched her shoulders, her arms wrapped entirely around the baby. There was no hand left to shield her own ears. Please, just stop. Go away. Get away from here. Get away from me. White Stork caught a glimpse of the baby's eyes. She was holding her so tight she could hardly breathe herself, her arms clenched around the tiny body. The moment she realized, she forced herself to ease her grip. The strange child showed no reaction at all. Shh. The baby remained unresponsive. Still, White Stork treated her like any ordinary child, rocking her gently and pressing a careful fingertip to the baby's lips. The vivid colors of the produce around her glinted in her lifeless eyes. Beyond the cold storage door, the shrieks of fellow humans sounded in broken intervals. The creatures of civilization were being culled inside a steel ocean jungle, butchered by the very civilization they had built. The baby girl only looked at White Stork expressionless, motionless, silent as a porcelain shrine figure with blank, staring eyes. A vessel for a god, stolen by her. Perhaps White Stork herself had gone crazy as well. Then the baby's pupils gave the faintest tremor. Outside the door, the hurried footsteps multiplied, drawing closer and closer. The produce room was yanked open. It was the barmaid from the deck bar, and White Stork had only had time to catch the wild terror in her eyes. She instinctively clutched the baby tighter, using her arm to cover the child's face. Swearword, don't just stand there blocking the way. Move! Move! You piece of Swearword. You trying to get us all killed? Swearword, open the damn door! In that fleeting glance, the barmaid understood at once that the tiny room could not hold more than one. Without a second thought, she moved to close the door. A steel bar smashed into her skull, and the next second, she dropped, and behind her stood a man with murder in his eyes, flanked by a few other survivors. Hogging it for yourself? Screw you! The crazy clown she used to mock did not end her life. A fellow human brought her down with a steel bar, just outside the door of a refuge. The man with the steel bar ignored her completely. He stepped over the barmaid's fallen body and stretched his hand toward White Stork, ready to haul her out. Get out! I'm taking that spot! Not everyone understood what had just happened, but once the first hand shot forward, a second followed, and then a third. The survivors surged toward the doorway, every single arm stretching out in desperation. Each hand moved with the crowd, driven by nothing but the raw instinct to live. Help me. Let me in. Blast after blast tore through the sea's surface, piling fresh, senseless agony onto the nightmare already unfolding. Katanin, North Atlantic, 15 minutes ago. The scent of the sea had shifted just slightly. Beneath the familiar salt and brine, the wind now carried something sharp and invasive. Ani sniffed at the air, a vague restlessness prickling under her skin. Lieutenant Ani, the last group of survivors is settled in Cabin 3. Injury reports were sent back to base. Lumi says we're short on medical supplies. She wants us to keep an eye out during the next sweep. Ani glanced at the young cadet and gave his cigarette case a few quiet taps. Stay sharp today. You got me? Huh? Oh, yeah. You got it, Captain. Really, kid. It's not just meds. Grab food, too. Whatever you can find. Ani's unease was soon vindicated. The second time he pulled out his cigarette case, the first mate's voice burst through the communicator. Commander Gunner, cargo vessel on approach. Bearing steady. No course change in accordance with call reg. Call sign APL 307. No response to hails. Attempting sixth contact now. Keep hailing. Ani! Cigarette later. Get back here. Returning. Ani tucked the unlit cigarette back into its case with a rueful grimace. What's their problem? Doesn't look like they're here to make friends. Check your course history. Any route deviations on record? Already checked. Destination port unchanged. 6th hail unanswered. Initiating 7th. She's still accelerating. At this speed, she'll hit us. We're running out of time to turn. Gunner's brow creased. The scent of the sea had turned dangerous. The air, always so sharp and clean before, now carried a faint, creeping hint of rust. On the chart, the sea was still gaining speed, cutting a near-perfect line straight toward the Katanin. Hard over! Ani worked the helm and the ship leaned hard to one side. She's almost inside the perimeter. Fire a warning shot. A volley of small missiles shot from the Katanine, skimming low over the clear water before erupting across the surface. The oncoming vessel, still gaining speed, swerved to evade them anyway, but those missiles were never meant to strike true. Sir, they're evading even the warning shots. Wait, they're firing! I'm turning! The vessel rolled sharply again. An explosion ripped through the air and echoed across the bridge. Amid the chaos, the comms hissed with static, a call coming from the base. Transmission incoming. Rainbow Bridge. Gunner, we have an emergency. There's a cargo ship heading straight for you. Sink it! I'm requesting emergency authorization to engage. Katanine, this is Rainbow Bridge Military Base. Target call sign APL 307. Sink it immediately. I repeat, sink it immediately. Gunner! Sink it. With a deep hydraulic groan, the primary gun turret swung around. It shifted in minute increments, steadying itself, and fixed squarely on the cargo ship. The barrel's dark opening stared without emotion. The dark hollow of the muzzle stared back, the spiral of its rifling just visible in the depths. Superheated gas and flecks of unburnt powder vented from the sides of the barrel. The infant girl's pupils shuddered violently, and she lifted her chin a fraction. It was the biggest movement she had ever made in White Stork's arms. The bullet punched clean through the man's lower leg. He stumbled forward and crashed down, both knees slamming into the deck. This was the man who had first attacked outside the produce room. The woman who had fired the shot was gulping for breath, blood trickling from the wound in her scalp and threading through her disheveled hair. She, White Stork, had no choice left. In the face of the malice born of desperate survival, there was nothing else she could do. Only moments earlier, before the shots and explosions had erupted, the crowd had surged into the produce room. Fingers tangled in White Stork's hair and yanked at her clothes, dragging her body halfway out. Protecting the baby meant she could not fight back, and the predators saw it. Their hands moved toward the baby. Not the child. Anyone but the child. A massive detonation ripped across the water. It was from the Katanine's gun batteries, speaking on Gunner's order. Clouds of smoke and concussion waves rolled over the surface. Far off, the golden apple burned where the missile had found her, and all eyes turned toward the dying ship as she slid beneath the flames. At the same moment, White Stork's bullet found its mark. The man who had been the first to attack. Get away! Get away! Get away! None of them knew why the golden apple had suddenly been struck down, just as none had expected a weapon in the young woman's hands. The last reverberations of the shot and the blasts had died away. The barmaid lay crumpled in the doorway, a dark pool of blood creeping outward beneath her. The quiet was suffocating. White Stork's grip on the gun quivered, but every hand that had tried to haul her out now withdrew and disappeared into the crowd, like a stain vanishing into the ocean, while the ugliness and malice vanished right along with them. Each hand had belonged to someone ready to survive at another's expense, and none of them thought themselves guilty. They were also the woman who had laid a coat over her shoulders, the young man who had pointed her in the right direction, and the woman who had told her what temperature the baby's formula should be. Desperation and disaster had crushed something fragile and precious in them all. All of you, get away from me! Those quiet, weightless sorrows she had carried spilled over, turning into tears, escaping before she could stop them. That takes me back to the previous story patch. where it was where the dad, well, I forgot his name already. It started with a T. But he said that trust is a luxury in this day and age, especially after the punishing virus hit, where survival is the one thing people focus on. So even the kindest people could just easily betray you just for the sake of survival. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. She lowered, and the fact that she has a baby on her hand too, but they don't care about that. Yep. You hate to see it. She lowered her face, let the cloth of the baby's blanket catch the moisture, and pulled herself back into the shelter of the produce room. Rainbow Bridge Military Base, North Atlantic, 30 minutes ago. The control systems are going down level by level. We tried shutting them off from the top, but Petrolina's faster. She doesn't need any authorization. She's going to kill... Ugh! That was a distress call from an offshore drilling platform. Petrolina is their central AI. Don't bother writing that name down, Detective Lumi. Detective? Miss Erhorn, please be serious. Serious? Alright. Lumi, how many AIs have we logged so far that are busy slaughtering humans? Cordelia exhaled a quiet sigh, her face settling into a grim expression. Lumi ran her eyes over the transmissions, each one classified and recorded by her own hand. Don't trust any of them. Bob's gone crazy. Bob A-152, the most common general-purpose robot on the Atlantic routes. Please, the machines have all gone mad. No, don't hurt me. Someone help. Summer camp trip. That ship was full of kids. Machines, madness, and killing. The pattern's clear. We're in the middle of a machine uprising. Is it some kind of malfunction? Feeling the weight of the moment, Lumi squeezed her eyes shut in pain. Keep working, Lumi. We're the ones who have to unravel this apocalypse. Cordelia's face remained unchanged, her work proceeding with apparent composure. But between checks of the data, her fingers tapped an unconscious rhythm against the tabletop, betraying her true state. She had grown too used to hiding behind jokes, yet humor born of fear did nothing to quiet the fear itself. She shook her head, tilted her face toward the ceiling, and let her heart felt her heart slowly swallowed by dread. Everything we have, this looks more like a virus. One that targets intelligent machines. A plague that could bring down an entire industrial civilization. Contact APL 307. Bearing 107. Speed 35 knots closing. Issue warning. A sudden blare from the radar alarm jolted Cordelia from her thoughts. Closing? Closing on what? On the ketamine. This is the base escort radar. It's tracking the ketamine. Cordelia strode quickly to the main radar console. A single blip had surfaced on the horizon, closing at a speed no cargo ship could match. It ignored every hail from the base and broadcast no identification code, driving toward the ketamine with the single-minded purpose of a torpedo. I'm sending a warning now. A warning? That thing's last registered ID was a cargo ship called Golden Apple. Now it's loaded with guns and outrunning military vessels. You really think a warning's going to do anything? Its AI's gone mad too. Thinks it's a torpedo now, apparently. Creative. I'll give it that. Cordelia drew a long, steadying breath. Lumi, sink it. What? If we don't, it's going to T-bone the ketamine, and then we'll have 2 wrecks instead of 1. But I don't have clearance to fire. The girl practically shrieked the words out. Contact BAL001, bearing 307, speed 25 knots, no response, no ID, approaching base. The central AI sounded another alarm. This time, a warship was bearing down on them, and the target was the military base where the two of them stood. Incoming transmission received. Decoded. Playing now. A blood-streaked face filled the screen. Rainbow Bridge. This is the cruiser Balder. Sink us immediately. Balder's AI is compromised. It's attacking everything on the surface, no exceptions. Our engineer overrode the speed limiter before he died. By our heading, you're the closest to guns. You can sink us before it's too late. The machines on board went berserk. Everyone is dead. There's no one left to rescue. Don't wait. Before you're inside the Balder's firing envelope, shoot us down. I've transmitted the engineer's final logs and data with this message. I hope... Oh. A sickening screech of grinding metal rang out, and before the two girls' eyes, a massive mechanical crab claw seized the blood-soaked officer by the waist and lifted him into the air. The young officer, already broken beyond saving, did not fight it. His hand moved faintly, reaching for a final salute he no longer had the strength to finish. I salute you, my fellow humans. The transmission cut out without warning. The blood-smeared face, still caught in a smile, vanished from the screen, frozen over by the monstrous iron claws of a man in four. Frigga! Fire! Error. Heavy weapons access denied. Cordelia slammed her palm against the console, biting down on the swear words rising in her throat. Lumi, patch me through to the ketamine. On it. They must already see the golden apple acting strange. But they don't necessarily know how bad strange can get. The live feed from the ketamine flickered onto the screen. The infected cargo ship Golden Apple wore no mask over its hostility, and the crew of the ketamine did not waver. Commander Gunner gave the order to sink her immediately. Amid the thunder of cannons, the Golden Apple marched into its grave. Using the live communication channel between the base and the ketamine, Cordelia found her opening the moment the cannons roared. She punched through a vulnerability and hijacked a privileged access account. To steal a treasure from the grip of a devil, she had to steal the devil's power first. Across the entire TEC, Arius' authorization granted passage everywhere. Frigga, authorized weapons. But even a devil's authority could be turned to something better. Once the special access account was connected, the central AI fell obedient, no longer sounding warnings. Command, target bearing 307, warship Balder. You are weapons free. Sink it. Target locked. Firing sequence underway. Wielding the devil's own authority, Cordelia at last fulfilled the dying plea of the officer whose name she would never learn. Your request has been executed. I salute you, my fellow human. I'm sorry. Ignoring the launch feed, Cordelia reopened the management interface for the base AI. Frigga's status still registered as blue-green, but the encroaching gray-white stain had crept to within a sliver of consuming it entirely. Her mouth set in a thin line. The Balder disappeared from the radar screen, descending into the deep with its final duty done. Ms. Erhorn, the base just sink a warship? I accept full responsibility, Commander Gunner. And there's a final message for you to see from the Balder. Also, I apologize for overstepping earlier. Lumi patched the Balder's final transmission through the ketamine and quietly explained the full sequence of events. Cordelia slumped back in her seat, exhaling in one deep release, and stared up at the pale, colorless ceiling. It held nothing visible, yet she knew the central AI Frigga hung suspended in that emptiness, waiting in silence for her direction. A blessing wrapped in disaster? I was reckless enough to steal that baby. Reckless enough to lay my hands on the devil's own scepter. Riga, raise the base's missile defense maximum. Riga would no longer refuse any requests she made. Defense level adjusted. Missile defense system operating at full capacity. Riga, switch base operations to manual mode. Advisor Cordelia, will you no longer require my services? Riga, I think you need a good, long rest. A long rest. Advisor Cordelia, I am unable to determine a specific time frame from that phrasing. Cordelia's eyes tracked down the columns of data until they settled on the offline protocol buried at the bottom of the list. It's a vacation, you know? And a vacation ideally shouldn't have a set end date. The longer the better, really. She still couldn't resist cracking jokes with an artificial intelligence. Riga, thank you for your service. I'll see you later. She pressed the red button. The blue lights of Frigga went dark, one after another. Miss Erhorn, how bad is it? Every machine with an intelligence system has been compromised. Accident or conspiracy, it doesn't matter. What we're facing is a virus, one that targets intelligent machines. A virus that infects intelligent machines. Yes, we can't trust any central AI anymore. Commander Gunner, shut down all intelligence systems and every smart device on board. Then head back as fast as you can. Don't approach any vessel that doesn't respond, and for your own protection, I recommend heavy weapons. And use them first, not last. Are you insane? There are civilians out there. They're more likely the enemy by now. Commander Gunner, Lieutenant Ani. Come back safe, please. In this ocean-borne apocalypse, the Balder became the first warship to go down. The sea boiled and heaved for endless days and nights after, the moon watching over tide after tide until the Balder finally sailed upon these waters again. Deep into the night, rows of protocol code flow like water across a virtual screen. When Lucia steps through the door, Lee is buried deep in that sea of data. Kawana and I calculated the timing and routes. For the Balder to reach the Atlantic Eye on time, we have to split up in 3 directions. A slight movement of Lucia's fingers and the holographic data weaves itself into a nautical chart. The Balder holds course for the Atlantic Eye. She'll handle the repeater replacements at Jormungandr, Mid-Atlantic Ridge Node, along the way. We too take the modified repeaters and the new protocol overland. Full speed to Hell, the northern node. If we find a station, we contact the Arctic Route Union for support. Hamada and Karenina take the cable layer south to Fenrir. Figure out what happened there, top everything out, then loop back and finish the Jormungandr line. Lee gives her a nod. How long do I have to finish the provisional protocol? 2 hours. Then we move. Lee stays hunched at the controls, his hands moving in a continuous rapid rhythm. Denny and I have very different coding styles. Building on top of her work means I have to be extra thorough. So, half an hour should do it. The joke draws a faint smile from both of them. Code streams down the display like a waterfall. The hardest problem is clearly solved, and only the finishing touches remain. Looks like you won't need the full 30. Then I'll get started on our departure prep for the northern node, L. Lucia steps out of the cabin and lifts her eyes to the bright moon overhead. Liv's probably asleep by now. I hope the dreams are good to her tonight. What's that? 1 through 7. Really long. Total here, 5 hours long. Ooh. That is one hell of a read. One hell of a read. Yeah, for sure, I will I will for sure continue this tomorrow. I will at least try to get to node 15, because that's when it stops at. That's where it stops at. I'll do my best to get through that stuff tomorrow. I don't want to, and the thing is, I don't want to rush through it, right? Because I might end up missing out on some details if I rush through the chapter and whatnot. The only reason why I'm concerned about that is because, like, tomorrow's Sunday and I have to wake up early on Monday. Really early. Like 5 a.m. early on Monday. So, I guess what I could do is, like, start the stream an hour earlier than usual. So instead of 6 p.m. my time, it would be 5 p.m. my time. That would probably save a lot more my time as well. We shall see. So far, though, I've been really enjoying this story quite a bit. They really jam-packed this. It's really jam-packed. 32 nodes. It's split into these 3 sections right here. It's time gated and everything, and even nodes 1 through 7 takes about 5 hours to get through, or maybe like 4.5 or so. It's quite lengthy, but it's been really good so far. And you can always count on Kudo or whoever their writer is to really be descriptive with some of these scenes, especially the more gritty, dark, gory, violent scenes. It's really interesting stuff. I do personally enjoy that they go back and forth between, like, current or present time and, like, the past. Usually they do it like the time before the punishing virus and then when the punishing virus hits in the year 2160 in the game, because obviously the punishing virus, like, it gets spread globally, and all of this shit that happens all at once on the one day that this shit gets released, everyone goes through something entirely different but still absolutely grim. Like, at that point with the Karenin and Cordelia and whatnot, at the same time, there was that shit was happening over at Azet. At the same time, that shit was happening with Vera. At the same time, that shit was happening when Lucia and Luna were still kids, you know? And I know there's I'm sure there are people out there who are getting tired of the whole backstory stuff or whatever, but, like, these sorts of backstories, not even focused on, like, a character, but just really events and stuff, they're relevant to the chapter, obviously. Why else would they be in this, right? But it helps add more to the world. It helps add more to the world building and the lore and all that stuff. So I personally enjoy it. I personally enjoy it. There's something else I was going to mention too, but I already forgot what it was. It had something to do with people complaining about something with PGR. I can't remember what it was though. Like, I briefly thought about it in one of the nodes earlier. Now I can't. Now it's completely lost in my mind. I forgot what it was. Dang. Man, I've been enjoying this so far. I'm, like, ever since the first node, I've been actually, like, really hooked into it. I've been really hooked into it. Just thinking, like this shit is so like it's so despair filling. It's so filled with despair, especially right here with 7. When the virus hits, it's like no one is spared. No mercy is ever shown. And that's the apocalypse for you. Also, I just remember what it was. It was this one tweet I saw on Twitter where someone says, man, it's like, man, we're still dealing with the red tide. Hurry up and get rid of the red tide already, Babylonia. It's like, you really think they can stop something like the red tide so easily? Like, come on. Like they were saying, oh, we're dealing with the red tide again? This shit's getting boring. Like, what else do you want us to deal with? Flashing fires, red tide, the Ascendants, a new group of Ascendants to deal with. And then there was the fog back in, like, Homecoming Voyage and shit. Like, what more do you want? Do you want, like, what do you want? Do you want, like, dragons to start coming in or something? You want us to deal with some demon lord? Or what's going on here? But other than that, 1 through 7, lengthy, but so far enjoyable. For me, at least. I'm sure there are people out there who don't enjoy the super lengthy stuff. I mean, if you don't want to read through the super lengthy stuff, you don't have to. You can just look at a summary or something. I don't know. I'll finish it off here tonight. I'll try my best, if I'm not going to be too tired, and if it's not going to take too long, try and get nodes 8 through 15 done for tomorrow as well. And then next week, I'll go through the chapter again, because on the 26th is when they open the next section of the story here. Like this. 26th. Yeah. That's when they'll open up the next section. That'll be for next week. Man, it's been a while since I had another PGR stream where the story chapter takes like more than 2 streams to get through. Actually, no, it wasn't that long. It didn't take, no. I think the last one was actually Elentine's thing. Which was actually quite recent. But it doesn't happen too often with the PGR, where it would take more than 2 or 3 streams to finish a chapter. I remember Polaris Bond, that took me 4 streams to get through. Yeah. Oh, with that being said though, that's it for me for tonight. Thank you for watching, thank you for chilling with me, I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water, hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll see you tomorrow for nodes 8 through 15. Again, thank you for watching, and again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. Well, I'll try my best to get through 8 and all the way in. From 8 to 15, I'll try my best for tomorrow. Again, thank you for watching, and again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. See you tomorrow then. Thank you. Bye-bye.